Mic check, 1 2 1 2. Salute. We are back. Salutes to everybody. Peace to my brother OTK in the chat. Salute. Hey man, make sure y'all hit that like button for me, family. Please like, share, and subscribe. Support the channel. It's gonna be a good show. This is part 3 on the government shutdown. I found some more articles, man, so we can chop it up, give some new information to the people, and be able to get the people's insight on the topic. Salute to everybody. You know, we are under a government shutdown right now about them SNAP benefits, and you know the people gonna snap when them food stamps don't come on the first of the month. They gonna snap. Salute. Salutes to everybody. Now, the good thing is in some of these articles, we're going to be able to show how a lot of communities are stepping up and taking care of their own. Amen. Salutes to all the people who are coming through in time of crisis. We got to have more people who are willing and able to step up to bat for the people, man. So salutes to all of those people, man, for real though. Much love and respect to all of those. That is the one and only thing that's gonna make America great again. That's the only thing gonna make America great again. When the people care enough about each other to be able to step up and support each other in times of need. Salute. Because the irony of the whole situation is, if we think about what's going on over in the UK compared to what's going on in America, what the American people don't realize is that, first of all, your taxes are voluntary. Your taxes are voluntary. The government has just now admitted that your taxes are voluntary. The government is not the one who's taking care of the people with the food stamps benefits. This is gonna blow your mind. The help that's received from the people, that money's paid by the taxpayers of this country. So you got to think about it. When them food stamps don't go out to the people who receive food stamps, then who's what are you paying for then? Because this money source comes from the taxes that are paid by the United States of America's people, the working class of the United States. People are taxed to be able to have these benefits for the less fortunate. Other people recognize this. We are under the illusion that the government is out here taking care of the people. No, the people are taking care of the people. The power is with the people. Salutes to y'all. So what I'm gonna do, I am gonna drop the link, but I'm also gonna pull up these articles. Salutes to y'all. Make sure y'all hitting that like button for me, family. And please, if you can, please be sure to share the video. They still have me under restriction. Even though I have 7,000 plus subscribers, they're only shooting my um, streams out, live streams, only out to about 5 to 10% of my subs. So y'all sharing the video is very helpful for me. So salutes to y'all. I appreciate that. But without further ado, let me drop the link and we're going to get right to it. Salutes to y'all. We're going to have a dope show today, man. Bear with me. I'm going to get this link out there for y'all because I do want to hear from, some more people in the community about this situation. Salute my brother OTK, my brother the enemy's public, my brother T Riggle. Salute. See y'all out there in the building, man. I'm gonna drop this link. Okay, and let's get to it, man. I'll pull up the first article. Very interesting show today, guys. Let me pull up this article. The first article, anyway. Yeah, man. A lot of people don't realize that the government don't actually do anything. You know what I'm saying? They take the money from the people, then they tax that, then they pay for shit and act like you're on government assistance. No, you on the people's assistance. Get this shit right. This is why I don't like me. We gonna tell the truth and shame the lie. First article, let's get it. Food banks brace for overwhelming demand as SNAP cutoff looms. Okay. Uh, Food banks across the United States were stretched thin even before the federal government shut down. Rising food prices had driven a growing number of people to their doors. Cuts to federal programs had left them with less to give. Now, that system, a last resort for tens of millions of hungry Americans, is anticipating an even greater surge in demand. With no end in sight to nearly month-long federal government shutdown, funding for the nation's largest food assistance program, known as SNAP, will disappear at the start of November, according to the Department of Agriculture. Well, I got a question for the Department of Agriculture. How are you telling us that the SNAP benefits is going to end? I don't want to see no taxes took out of nobody's pocket, because these taxes that's taken out of the working class citizens of America's pockets, what are you going to use that money for this month? Now it sounds like you're trying to rob Peter to pay Paul, John, Ben, and Silas. That's what it sounded like to me. We telling y'all, if y'all don't send that snap, we gonna snap. Nah, I'm chicken with y'all, man. Make sure y'all hit that like button for us. All right. Now, um, on Friday, they called the Trump administration said in a memo that it would not tap into contingency funds to keep payments flowing to the states. See, this is what I'm saying. They got us under the illusion that they're gonna need to tap into contingency funds. But when these taxes are being taken from the working class citizens, that's what you're tapping into. Think about how many working class citizens are paying it forward to feed the less fortunate. Okay, so keep that in mind when they start talking about tapping into a contingency fund. You heard it here, folks. It's all bullshit. To keep payment flowing to the states, that means that the roughly 42 million Americans who rely on SNAP, and the SNAP means the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, may soon have to find other ways to feed themselves and their families. Many of them will turn to local food pantries, anti-hunger organizations, and food banks. Say the surging demand will almost certainly exceed their capacity to respond, and the impact could resonate well beyond the shutdown. Now, when that social safety net breaks above us, we will be there to do as much as we can, said Andrea Williams, then is president of the Oregon Food Bank, which helps supply food to roughly 1,200 pantries and meal sites across Oregon and Southwest Washington. And it will not be enough. There are more than 47 million Americans who, at some point during the year, face food insecurity, meaning they do not have enough to eat and do not know where their next meal will come from. According to the Agriculture Department's latest report, there are millions more who don't fully fit that definition, but nonetheless turn to charitable food programs for support, according to Feeding America, a nationwide network of food banks, food pantries, and local meal programs. Well, of course, because if you have a household of six and you have a household of two working adults and four children, if they can only look at a week's worth of food, ain't even a week's worth of food for them. Majority of the time, the parents not even at home, or the children are eating things that they eating while they at home for the rest of the day or throughout the day. Or think about the weekends. Like, food is so offset. And if money's going to be short for food stamps, this is going to be a chain reaction. This is going to be a domino effect, because if you have family members who are on SNAP benefits and you're not on SNAP benefits, you're going to be their most reliable source for food. So it's going to get scarce, people, but not to use any scare tactics, because apparently they're saying for 1 month. But like we said on the last stream, my opinion is this is a test run. Okay. Since the pandemic, a steady drumbeat of inflation has sustainably increased prices at the grocery store, driving more people of limited means to food banks. Visits to Mrs. Williams' network of food pantries in Oregon are up 50% over the last 2 years alone. She said Raha Muthia, the head of Capital Area Food Bank, which serves Washington, D.C. and surrounding counties in Virginia and Maryland, said visits to pantries in her service area have doubled since before the pandemic. But earlier this year, the Trump administration cut nearly $1 billion in federal aid for anti-hunger programs, including one that supplies food directly to food banks at distribution sites in New Orleans and Detroit on Saturday. Volunteers described the situation in simple terms. Demand is up, food is down, said John Sillers, who helps run the Second Harvest Food Bank, a regional agency that supplies food pantries across southern Louisiana. Now, are you a federal worker? Excuse me. We want to hear from you. The Times would like to hear about your experience as a federal worker under the second Trump administration. So the New York Times is asking people to send in their experience as a federal food worker. And I'm saying this to prove a point. I was reading that section to prove a point. All the things that they're doing are test runs. They want to be able to, let me see, my brother T. Wriggles. Okay, I got you, good brother. Shout out to my brother T. Wriggles for joining the panel. Hey, man, if y'all out there, man, that you want to tap in and join the panel, just hit the link, man. Salutes to you all. Now, let's see. Oh, yeah. So all of these things are test runs. They're running a simulation to see how their test is going to affect the minds of the people. They are collecting data to see how you will respond. I don't know if my brother T. Wriggles wants to interject on this article or not, but in conclusion with myself, I'm just going to say that, I think it's a test run. I personally think that, it's amazing for these individuals in the community, and it's not the only group of people, that's in one region. You got different organizations and different people who are pitching in a helping hand to try to get some assistance to help the people in need. I know over here, before I leave Texas, we're going to try to get some food out there, for Thanksgiving, for the homeless. A lot of them rely on food stamps. So it's going to be big to do that. And, if anyone's in the area, reach out. If you got your own group of people in your area you can work with, do so. And that's how we make America great again. Salute to my brother T. Wriggles, man. Mike check.
Might check out sound.
Oh yeah, man. Loud and clear, good brother.
Yeah, I'm on your side of things there. It is a it seems like a test run to me, and collecting all the data. Now they're going to see what you're going to do, people. Are you going to rob, steal, pillage, go for self? If your mindset, is that, well, they've got an answer for that. But if your mindset is different, that, you know, I'll rather, with the mindset thinking of I'll rely on my neighbor or my brother or my sister, uncles, cousin, da da da, to help me through these trying times. Whatever road that you pick, they are going to have an answer for all of us. So no need to panic, and this is what we discussed last time, where I said, look, this is where this imbalance is. Okay, so you're going to shut down the government. Okay, so when you shut down the government, how come politicians, senators, congressmen are still getting paid for not
Fact.
working? Right. And so, but now the people have to suffer for this, but y'all not suffering. So hold on, how does this is going to work? Like there's no pressure put on these politicians and all of the voting that needs to take place. But I can guarantee you though, if things were balanced and things were divinely guided and all of that, I bet you that if the congressmen and senators and all of that weren't getting paid, I bet you they would have the voting in. It wouldn't last no more than a week. And I land.
I agree with you. You know, these politicians, they still gonna get paid. The people at the top of the barrel still gonna get paid. The like I said, the working class citizens of
Mm-hmm.
America are still going to be taxed. So where does that money go for next month? Now, even if you are doing a test run, you're still taxing the citizens, the working class citizens
Mm-hmm.
who really feed these people. They're not taking money out of their pocket. They taking money out of our pocket to feed the less fortunate of us, and then turn around and tell us when they can stop the fucking benefits to the people. You're not feeding the people in the first place to stop the fucking benefits that go to the people. The people feed the people.
Mm-hmm.
Tell that to somebody who don't know no better. This is where the games come in at. So now are you going to double the food amount the next month? I mean, what type of games are they playing here? And it has to be a test run. So the only thing in my mind that I can think of, we've been hearing Robert Kennedy speak a lot about the value of the food that we're intaking. We know that America has more harmful chemicals that's approved by the USDA, the FDA. Other countries are beating us out with assuring the proper health of their citizens. So my question is, do you think that the test run is to start cleaning the food up and start to get Americans to eat more healthy, or do you think they just want the reaction? And I'm asking this question. It's kind of a rhetorical question because I think they want I think they doing two to three things at one time. But my bad, good brother, you got it.
No, no, you're absolutely right. There's, you know, we, well, we know who we're dealing with here. So when they do things, it's not just for one thing. It's about five things, they're trying to figure out. And one of those things, it might be, well, we know the reaction for sure. And one might be, hey, they really might be trying to clean things up. Maybe, our government has is going to have integrity for the first time. Yeah, right. I mean, that could be an assumption, you know what I mean? But for the most part, I think that whoever is in control here, because obviously it's not our congressman, even our president, you know, it might give you the image that they are, but every one of these names I mentioned are taking orders from someone or something. And this order that everyone's receiving, like even the news media gets orders. And whoever's given these orders, see, that's the problem. And I heard someone just say the other day, I guess his name is the Merc. And he was talking about the difference between uh, Africa and America. And he was saying the beauty about Americans is that they know where the problem is. And when he said that, I said, you know what? You're absolutely right, because there are some of us that know what this parasite is, or how that infiltration, where that energy is. And so if the majority of us, because I like how you say it a lot, Key, the collective thought, you know what I mean? So once all of us actually know without a shadow of a doubt where the problem is lying and coming from, we'll be able to fix things like tomorrow in that land.
Oh yeah, because a lot of people are under the illusion, like I was saying earlier. A lot of people think that, hey, the government taking care of the people. The government anybody can move in a house and say, let me manage our finances because y'all don't know how to manage them right. That's a pimp's mentality. That's what a pimp do. Okay. So we got to get out of this mindset that the government is doing any motherfucking thing for us anyway. I'm going to show you. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but there was a single donation of $130 million that was paid to make sure that the military was paid. But we sitting up here talking about which brings me to my next article, that families are training themselves to eat less. So America's priority is to pay the military, constantly making us be in a state of fear. You know, we need a galactic army. I'm telling you, folks, those aliens are gonna come and they're not gonna be fucking around. So we gotta have some guys up there in the sky to make sure they don't come get all my good people. All this bullshit. We looking for something to happen. They talking about aliens is coming. They steady going overseas, fucking with people and sticking their nose in somebody else's ass and somebody else's business that they don't got no business being in, trying to police the world, putting the people in danger. You putting the people in fucked up situations and you can't even feed the people properly, is the point I'm trying to make. You got to get your priorities in line, because our next article says U.S. families preparing to skip meals if SNAP benefits are delayed. As the federal government shutdown drags into its 24th day, millions of American families are bracing for the possibility that November's Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, SNAP benefits, will not arrive on time. Okay? A new survey by Propel, the company behind an app of the same name that helps SNAP recipients manage their benefits, shows that many who rely on food stamps to pay for groceries will face significant hardship including skipping meals and turning to food banks if their November benefits are not delivered on time. Okay. The potential disruption comes as the government shutdown, now over 3 weeks long, continues without a clear resolution in sight. Congress failed to pass a budget or temporary funding measure before the federal fiscal year ended on October 1st, forcing many federal agents to cease all non-mandatory operations. Although SNAP is a mandatory program, its funding depends on congressional approval. Without a budget or stopgap measure to the U.S. Department of Agriculture cannot issue new benefits beyond those already financed. Some 42 million Americans collect SNAP benefits, which are paid monthly onto electronic benefit transfer cards. But if the government doesn't reopen soon, these cards will not be loaded. Propel surveyed roughly 2,500 active SNAP users between October 20th and October 21st, 2025, to assess how a potential delay in SNAP payments would impact them. There's that test run again. They're collecting data as they're doing this, like they don't already know what the answer is gonna be. They know you ain't gonna get no damn food. That's the answer we got to tell them. Nigga, this is something we used to doing. This is what we do. This is what people do. People get their food stamps, people go buy their food. So you're only asking me the questions you're asking me. See, my mind stretched beyond words. I don't care what you're saying when you're talking to me. What matters to me is what you mean. They're asking these questions to see what other type of resources for food that people have, because like we said, my brother T. Riggles, they on their test run. Now, if the November benefits are not distributed, 60% said they would turn to food banks for help. 44% said they would skip meals. And 1/3 said they would delay paying other bills to make ends meet. According to the survey, 59% of respondents said they have not been able to prepare at all for a missed payment, and 73% reported feeling extremely stressed about affording food next month. According to 61.5%, said they feel very unsupported by government agencies or local organizations. The impact would likely be immediate and far reaching across the country. Roughly 42 million people use SNAP to get groceries. For many, missing a month of benefits could mean the possibility of going hungry. It wouldn't bother me if it was just me, but I have children that need to eat. And it terrifies me that they might go hungry because of the shutdown. Australia, a SNAP recipient, told the company. Another recipient, Destiny, told the company, I'm pregnant with a baby, so nutrition and food is very paramount for me. To me at this stage, it would be detrimental to my health without my benefits. Um, and I can end that right there. What do you got to say about that, my brother T. Rugger?
Well, um, I'd say this: we're not really in crisis mode yet. It might feel like it's in crisis mode, but we're not in crisis mode. And especially to, you know, for everyone here, if you've missed Dr. Sabi's, breakdown on food, if you're eating 3 times a day, and if you're going to the bathroom 3 times a day, you're not healthy at all. So, minimizing the meals, it could be a really kind of a good thing. Now, for the pregnant woman, oh, okay, she needs to eat, so, but for the rest of us, I'm pretty sure that neighbors, family members can help. Now, what and I land here, Key. Now, what could be a really good thing for for all of my celebrities and athletes out here, especially if they don't reload these cards for Thanksgiving, putting money together to make sure everyone gets a turkey, that would be nice for every athlete, celebrity, whatever state you live in. And that would make your image look a little bit good that you are doing this for the people if it gets to that point. But we'll see how this goes.
I totally agree with you. You know, we still got rich people balling out. You know what I'm saying? Um, During this time. So the moral, the moralistic thing to do would be to support the people. Now we got these food banks. We got people who not rich. Cause man, I know I ain't nowhere near rich. I'm in the same position as the people, but I'm going to make sure that I at least try to help the communities within my reach. You understand what I'm saying? So that was a very good point that you made about some of these people who have access to more money, who got access to food. These people got food stored all under their house for doomsday because they got everybody in a constant state of survival, in a constant state of fear. And that's affecting the extra help that we could get at this time for some of the people because if they're like trying to prepare ahead for 6 months worth of food for themselves, and we're at this point now, they've been preparing for this, and now a food shortage now ain't gonna have them actually try to help anyone with what they got stored up. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. And look, and I'm not afraid to let everyone know here, you know, for the first time in my life, this is the first time I have an EBT card, right? And the money that they give me is totally not enough. Not enough at all. But, you know, when I didn't have EBT, right, and I was still down and out, right? What helped me, and we always say this, you always say this, Key, Mother Nature kicked in for me, because I like to take walks. And so in my area, there's a lot of orange trees around. Guess what? I'm having orange for dinner, a smoothie for lunch, maybe, and it's all oranges. So, I think the people, if it gets to a crisis matter where now it's official, like our backs are against the wall, this will be a great opportunity for the people now to really do for each other instead of depending on the governments of the world. And I land.
I totally agree with you. And the food stamps are never enough. They get it down to where they give you just enough. That's been a test too that they've been doing. And shout out to everybody in the chat. Salutes to y'all. Please hit the like button for us. Please share the stream. If you're new to the channel, welcome to the channel. Make sure you hit that subscribe button and turn your notification bell on so that you can get the notifications. Um, Now, if they've been testing all this time on those things to see how much food lasts for the month, they've been doing these surveys so they know that the people ran out. Why would you do this at the end of the month after the people? All of these things are significant. So this was done at the end of the month after all of these people just spent their food stamps. You get the food stamps the first to fifth. I don't believe they come on any other days or anything like that. Was known to me it's the first to the fifth of the month. So towards the end of the month, when people are expecting their next month to roll around, this should have been something that was told to the people with enough time to prepare. That's my thoughts on that. Okay.
Mm,
Uh,
mm,
in our next article, It's official. The USDA is imposing new work requirements for receiving SNAP benefits starting November 1st in all states. Beginning November 1st, 2025, the U.S. Department of Agriculture's Food and Nutrition Service will flip the switch on a sweeping enforcement push for the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, which is SNAP, one that will directly affect hundreds of thousands of adults who rely on food assistance. This isn't about the new legislation, but rather full enforcement as long-standing rules that had for years been applied unevenly across the states. The target group, able-bodied adults without dependents, children, childless adults ages roughly 18 to 64 who receive food aid but are not working, training, or volunteering at least 80 hours a month. The deadline marks the end of the federal grace period and the start of nationwide compliance. States are being told clearly the transition is over. Waivers are tightening and the time limit clock starts ticking again. What's changing? The 80-hour requirement comes to life under the rule that's been part of the federal law for years. Able-bodied Americans can receive SNAP benefits for only 3 months within a 36-month period, unless they meet certain work or training requirements. Starting in November, those rules will be uniformly enforced in every state, which much stricter limits on expectations. Who's affected and who's not? The enforcement applies only to the able-bodied working Americans, working adults with no dependent children in the household.
Hmm.
Yeah, this, and if I'm gonna say this, right? Everyone should, if in a perfect world, everyone should be working in a perfect world. But we not in a perfect world. It's not enough jobs for everyone to work. So in the mentality of should everyone be working, to have that mentality, yes. But to deal with reality, no, it's never going to be. There's not enough jobs for everyone to work. See, we trying to fix a system that's not broken. This shit is working fine. That's when they turn you into the enemy. When they start telling you you need to do shit that you don't even, that's not even possible for you to do. It's not even possible for everyone to have a job. Now, should more people work? Maybe. But once we start getting more people to work, I can't just pick on enough people until I get the jobs filled up that I want. If I'm gonna pick on some people, I gotta pick on everybody. So where do we draw the line with this 80 hours per week thing? What's your thoughts on that, bro?
A thought just came in after you was reading that, and I started to think, wow, are you trying to reform this whole thing here because of what happened with some of the migrants and the 13 grand thing on their cards, and so now revamp the whole system, start things over, and then do it this way? Maybe that could be an issue, but as you said, everyone, there isn't enough jobs out here. Everyone can't work at a McDonald's, Burger King, and all the fast food restaurants. Everyone can't work all janitorial services because there's not availability. Same thing with construction, right? So I do agree with what you're saying, because this system right here, I don't think it's broke, but what put the twist on it? What what I think the revamp is, when the migrants, and when we saw the receipt of how much is on this migrant's card. Whoa, 13 grand? Hold up, swole up. Like, what's going on here? So yeah, this is how I do agree with the job thing and not having enough jobs out here. And I like.
See, that make me think that was only a few months ago. So that making me think that they prepared them in the beginning. And shout out to my sister Katrina, salute. That makes me think that they prepared them in the beginning.
Mm,
Ain't no way you can spend now. What I hear with $200, $300 a month definitely ain't enough. But if you spending $1,000 a month, man, you ought to be bigger than your house.
mm,
That's a lot of food.
mm,
So if they had 13,000 and $15,000 worth of stamps on their car 4 months ago, then of course they're still prepared now. Because what you have on your card is still on your card. They just not gonna load none.
mm.
So if you were fortunate enough to not use your benefits last month for whatever reasons, you still have it. I think it's all to uh and then of course maybe they're trying to see, this is why they have amendments, right? Because they don't make decisions. See, they don't have a, and I want to keep the conversation where we're at, but they don't have the hard drive inside to make long-term decisions that's gonna not affect the people in a harmful way. They're external based people. So they making external based decisions that's fucking the people up internally in the long run. So they have to keep coming back to amend these decisions that they're making because they're not internal driven people. You see what I'm saying?
Mm,
They're
mm.
using external results to try to conform this establishment. And that's why they always got to go back and change some shit. And of course, if they're going to kick all of these migrant workers out of the country, then this would be an opportunity for them to put Americans back to work. But I think these types of things need to just be plainly said rather than strategically done.
Facts. And just to add, to put Americans back to work, that's going to be a difficult task because isn't AI here now? There are some McDonald's now that you don't need a cashier. You go to the computer and now it puts the ad. So that's less workers at a fast food joint. So the problem, that's going on here, I think we need to really look in depth with this issue, and get more information like you're bringing today, right? Which is viable information. So, we can solve this problem later on down the line because every time I hear the word snap, also this is what's going to happen. Everyone, like everyone's going to snap now because no food. So we'll see how this all turns out.
Right. You know, they trust me, they have plenty of scenarios that they know that's already gonna play out. Also, we have we got the military everywhere. Now the military gonna have to be used, so they're gonna have to create situations to where the military use. You know what I'm saying? Which brings me to my next article that I spoke on, right?
Mm.
The next article, let's see. And there was one before this, but I want to go into this one because we kind of came there in the conversation first, right? And this is gonna be mind blowing right here. Now this blew my mind. Okay, DOD accepts anonymous $130 million donation to partially cover troop pay. White House and military officials would not say who the donor is or whether the gift has been properly vetted. Defense officials said they have accepted an anonymous gift of $130 million from a wealthy donor to help pay military salaries. And this article was put out on October 24th, 2025. Okay. Uh, to, the defense officials said they have accepted an anonymous gift of $130 million from a wealthy donor to help pay military salaries during the government shutdown, but they would not release any additional details about the unusual move. President Donald Trump announced the donation Thursday, saying that a friend offered the money out of a sense of patriotism. As the shutdown grinds on, Defense Department officials have shifted. Defense Department officials have shifted. Um, and my bad, y'all. Okay. Uh, Unused research funds to ensure that troops did not miss their mid-month paycheck, but the status of their next direct deposit is uncertain. On
Hmm.
Friday, oh yeah, go ahead, good brother.
No, 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 no. I was just that like, yeah, 130 million. That's a lot of money right there.
A
I mean,
lot
that's
of
a
money. A lot of money. Now, on Friday, Pentagon spokesperson Sean Parnell said in a statement that DOD had accepted the money under its General Gift Acceptance Authority. The department declined to answer questions about whether the donor is an American citizen or a foreign national. The
mm,
donation was made on the condition that it would be used to offset the cost of service members' salaries and benefits. Parnell said, "We are grateful for this donor's assistance after Democrats opted to withhold pay from troops." White House officials said that covering the cost of military pay for the first half of October totaled about $6.5 billion. Todd Harrison, a defense budget analyst at the American Enterprise Institute, said that based on that figure, the new donation will cover about one-third of one day's pay for the force. He says certain accounts are available for public donations to federal military programs, but they are typically restricted to specific projects such as building athletic facilities at military academies and approved by Congress ahead of time. White House officials did not provide details on how and where this donation would be directed into the federal treasury. This sounds like a half baked idea that hasn't been vetted or implemented, Harrison said. That's what I just said, Harrison. That's what I just said. Okay. Per DOD rules, any donations over $10,000 benefiting troops or family members must be reviewed by ethics officers to ensure that the donor does not have interests that may be affected substantially by the gift. Additional rules require extra scrutiny of non-American donors. Now, military pay during the shutdown has been a source of friction among lawmakers for weeks. House Republican leaders have refused to return to session to consider a measure protecting troops' salaries throughout the shutdown, despite bipartisan support for the idea, in an effort to force Senate Democrats to back a short term extension into the funding lapse. On Thursday, Senate Republicans attempted to advance a measure which would have paid troops and other non furloughed government workers during the shutdown, but a majority of Democrats blocked that measure out of concerns that it excluded furloughed workers. Congress will vote on several more military pay related bills next week. Troops' next paycheck is scheduled to be delivered by October 30th. Well, I'm going to say this, and I don't care who don't like what I'm about to say. Fuck the troops. Okay, when we talking about feeding the people, because if you wasn't placing these troops on all this extra active duty, you wouldn't be behind on paying them. Y'all should figure out a way to pay those troops, and any money coming in need to go straight to feeding the people. That would seem like, but that would make too much sense. What you think about that, T. Rick?
Oh yeah, it makes too much sense. And I love Dick Gregory's line: "The games, the games, the games." So a game is being played here, and I'm pretty sure. And I'm gonna go back to what I said originally. All you politicians are getting paid, though. Everybody getting paid, but the people are taking the brunt of this. And these are the games. These are the games, guys. And all I can say is that when it comes down to our troops now, right? I want everyone to know that. Do you know the size of kahunas you gotta have to take on America and England? You gotta be way, you got to be damn near senile, to take that fight on to America and England. So I understand about the troops, but then the people, though, the people are the ones that provide for the governments, right? And our tax dollars pay them their money and all of that. So so reading that article, as you read that article, don't get me wrong. I mean, we need the troops, don't, but what about the people, though? If everyone's going to suffer, how come, why don't we all suffer then? Why is it just one group suffering? That's what I don't understand about our government system, but it works the way it works.
I'm with you on that, man. I mean, they could have at least, as I'm pointing out, that the working class Americans pay taxes from their checks for SNAP's benefits. That's where the money's supposed to be going. So if somebody just made $130 million donation, they could have said, "Okay, we just got $130 million donation. It's for the troops." So securing the people ain't just with military force. Securing the people was making sure the people were properly nourished, to make
Mhm.
sure the minds of the people are protected, to make sure the bodies of the people are protected. You know, So some of that money should have went toward, okay, let's slap some of this over there. So if everybody usually get 300 a month, hey, you might not get but $100 this month. Or it may not be but 150, but at least we trying, we showing y'all that we putting forth some type of effort. But looking at what I just read, and they giving $130 million to the troops who doing extra shit because of an idea that the president or whoever the powers that be came up with, that's showing me that you really don't care.
Mm.
Why aren't things being done justly? Why aren't things being done fairly, man? That's my whole thing with that, bro.
No, I feel I feel your concerns, and I can tell you this much: what holds me together, key, right? For me, not lashing out and throwing a fit like some of my people are right now, right, on the TikTok videos. It's up, but some people are going wild now. You know that my premise and my base. I have a 4 pillar base, and one of my pillars is we're at war. So just as you just said, man, why isn't this money? Why didn't they just take, out of that 130 a million? Hey, can we take 10, 15 million out of that for the people? And the reason why they're not going to do that is because we're at war. Why are there more troops now being active in different locations? For what reasons? In totality, we don't know why, but we're at war. Like that answer to a lot of the problems that are going on, that puts me at ease. A lot of the time with some of these test runs that they do. Now that
The thing that gets me is the people who can't see that we at war. The people who are willing to lay down even more for these people to implement their plans. They're gonna have to put some type of fear in. Keep in mind that it is Halloween time. It is the winter solstice. This is where witches and these type people who call themselves doing these spells and shit get more active. So for them to be able to project some type of fear on you around this time would be, let's just say, valuable for them. It'll be
absolutely,
very valuable for them.
absolutely, like your auric defenses are down whenever you're in fear, whenever you're in worry, whenever you're in panic, whenever you're in survival mode, right? Where you'll go animalistic. Oh, your defense system is down. Now I can hit you with whatever I want to hit you with to move you in a certain way. And just as you said, it's Halloween, so some people like to eat energetic fields. And I land.
Facts. While you're not eating food, they're gonna be eating your energy, this fear-based energy. Also, they're gonna need to use some type of implications to be able to walk the people toward the slaughterhouse. They're going to need this digital ID thing to work. They're gonna need to chip everybody up. A lot of people gonna go for it. A lot of people are gonna give in to the chip. It's gonna make things easier. When people go through this next month without this food and they implement that you're gonna need this chip in you, hey, it's gonna make things easier. We just load y'all up. Your little card gonna be inside your hand. You ain't gotta carry no wallet no more. Your ID gonna be on there, your medical information. This is the mark of the beast. This is why we've been doing all these Armageddon streams, these synagogue of Satan streams, these Mark of the Beast streams, because this is what's actually happening in reality. The whole time while they're distracting the minds of the people with bullshit, they're behind your back making real life circumstances. Got us focused on Diddy. Millions of people. And shout out to No Limit and Cash Money. Shout out to him. But it just ain't the time for all the people I saw tuned in for this shit. All the donations I saw going towards this shit. We're not supporting the people. We supporting bullshit. We gotta break these motherfucking mental shackles. It's a mental matrix system. We got to break this shit and shake this shit. Don't you know being in a state of fear is going to cause so many problems within the home? The people within a household going to start fighting with each other. Well, you could have worked 20 more hours last week. Oh, you didn't work at all. You know what I'm saying? Yo defense system as far as um you'll get sicker quicker. It's just so much going on when we're in a state of fear. And that's all I see them doing. The 31 Atlas thing, the food stamps. You know what I'm saying? Then with during the time of the year we in, that's what bring me back to, this is just more sorcery that's taking place, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree. There is some type of sorcery for sure going on. And during the pandemic, I didn't know that fear alone can unalive you. I wasn't aware of that. That was something that I learned through that event, because there was a lot of elderly people passing away just due to fear. Like they're just being scared. Like that blew my noggin away. And so now we have this event where, and you're mentioning it, right? You're breaking down the play of the digital ID here. Create the event and then come up with some bogus excuse. Yes, you need to have now a digital imprint, not on a card. We're going to need to install this onto your hand for security, homeland purposes. Crap. Like someone is going to take over America. No one is going to touch America, and for damn sure ain't no one going to touch England. So, with that said, we have to just be aware, keep informing, and we'll see what they're going to do. I'm very interested, and I land.
Yeah, me too, man. Because that fear, it will weaken the immune system. It'll do
Hmm.
a lot. But then think about what you just said, right? Like, so think about how many people who know the food stamps. They already said it. They already said they ain't gonna be there. You know how many people keep calling every day, grabbing their card out their wallet, looking at it, or their purse, looking at it, calling every day just to see.
Mm,
That's
mm,
gonna psychologically make them say, "Well, shit, if I just put it in my hand, boom, it's gonna be there. I'm gonna be one of the first people to do it, so I get mine first, so I know I'm in line." You know what I'm saying?
hmm.
See the psychological play with this shit.
Yeah, yeah. And then with the psychological thing as you're talking about, I'll use the example of Black Fridays, and when the store opened, how crazy people were acting and moving just to get a flat screen TV, that because it was $50. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so it's almost like, okay, so it seems like this is what you're trying to do also. Get everyone salivating and waiting and thinking to themselves, yeah, it's all about me and my family. Nothing else matters. And so when the card gets here and they're going to refill it, I'm going to rush to the supermarket and I'm going to load up everything, and then animalistic. So yeah, what you're touching on right now, Key Norfolk, is vital, and I land.
Oh yeah, because think about it too, right? And shout out to Charlie Salutes, good brother. You know, they will put on the screen to project how bad of a storm's gonna be, and all these things were test runs. The gas gets bought out. Think about the toilet paper situation when the pandemic happened, when the pandemic took place. So these tactics are keeping them able minded to be able to predict these situations that they're testing, to pre-predict, and to be able to get their test results beforehand. And once it works, because they use the psychology of the people to predict, this is predictive programming. And these are all psychology based theories that are in their mind to where they can already see the outcome of what's going to take place.
Hmm. And and it just hit me, replaying the article you read. Now, women, listen here, okay? They're going to attack you first. So in the article, they use the woman. Well, she's pregnant and da 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 da. You see how they doing this, right? So
Yeah.
they're going to aim that whatever weapon, whatever psych op is gonna go on, right? They're going to aim that at the women and put them into a sporadic panic mode. And if the women can stay calm here, right, and the men too, and let's think our way through this. Let's not be savages at all, okay? Because it's not savage mode yet. It's very important for everyone to know that we're not in savage mode yet. There's food all around us. You know what I mean? There, that if we all helped each other, and this could be a really good step for unity here. All of us. Even some of even though we're not supposed to look at the celebrities and the people that got money and all of that, we're not supposed to be looking for them for help. But if they did come down in this savage moment and say, "Hey, man, we can help the people," not only will their image it will look better, but it just gives us a very good step, a baby step. This is a baby step in unification.
That's a fact, man. And we may not be able to eat the things we like to eat, but there's plenty of food all around. I've been doing this thing like I was talking about with those potatoes, just with the salt, the pepper, the butter, and the grated cheese on it, man. Hey, that's delicious to me. I can eat me two of those, man, and that'll be a good enough meal. So I've been fasting for years. So I can kind of put myself on a food, and I'm not gonna even say diet, because when we think diet, we are saying diet like it's some type of alternate eating strategy. But it's actually the way you're supposed to eat. We overindulge in things. So I'm also gonna make a big pot of chili today. I'm gonna take half of that chili out and I'm gonna freeze it and put it in the freezer. And I'm gonna eat this chili right here for 3 days, probably with other things in between. And then I'm gonna give it a break. I'll finish it off in the next few days after that. Then I'll eat some more things, and then I'll pull that bucket of chili out of the freezer if I need it in the next 2 to 3 weeks.
Mm.
So we can start to exercise more tactics on eating that wouldn't put our state of mind in a state of panic, should I say.
Mm. Mm.
Like the challenge we did the no meat thing for a few days, no meat, no smoking, just to have better eating habits. And we'll be able to get through this.
Yeah, yeah. And
So
shouts out to greedy vegan man. I really thank that brother for doing the 5 day fruit fast. You know, it was one of the most amazing experiences I ever had. Because I love food now. Brother, I can eat now. You know, and sometimes I can overeat. But that 5 day, just having, I chose the orange. This is why I'm talking about oranges so much. You know what I'm saying? Because I love oranges. And day 3 of that whole fasting thing of just orange and water. Look, y'all, day 4 and 5 was totally, I can't even put it into words how much natural energy I had. Day 3, there was a meeting. It was a crisis. My stomach called a meeting with the whole body, like saying, what's going on? And then after day 3, we settled it. You feel me? Like, shut up, stomach. We're not having any meats or heavy stuff. We're sticking with the oranges. And day 4, day 5, guys, I could, it was amazing. I couldn't, the only issue I had with the fasting and the oranges thing was I couldn't sleep well because I was totally energized, naturally energized. Like I was writing so much. I was doing stuff around the house, and it was just like, okay, I'm not even getting tired here. I can still go do more. So that's one of the benefits of fasting. And shouts out to OTK, man. Salutes, brother.
oh yeah, salute. Shout out to the good brother OTK. Salute. Um, and I'm just gonna hit this one more article that we didn't do, and then you come right in after that, good brother. The U.S. Department of Agriculture has posted a notice on its website saying federal food aid will not go out November 1st nationwide as the government shutdown drags on. Now, the new notice comes after the Trump administration said it would not tap roughly $5 billion in contingency funds to keep benefits through the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, commonly referred to as SNAP, flowing into November. That program helps about 1 in 8 Americans buy groceries. Bottom line, the well has run dry, the USDA notice says. At this time, there will be no benefits issued November 1st. We are approaching an inflection point for Senate Democrats. The shutdown, which began October 1st, is now the second longest on run, while the Republican administration took steps leading up to the shutdown to ensure SNAP benefits were paid this month. The cutoff would expand the impact of the empathy to a wider swath of Americans and some of those most in need, unless a political resolution is found in just a few days. The administration blames Democrats who say they will not agree to reopen the government until Republicans negotiate with them on extending expiring subsidies under the Affordable Care Act. Republicans say Democrats must first agree to reopen the government before negotiation. Now, I want to tap into this Affordable Care Act, right? Because this is the talk. Now, to hear party leaders talk, the 7th day of the government shutdown sounded a lot like the first. Democrats are seeking negotiations on expiring health care subsidies, while Republicans say they won't discuss it or any other policy until the government reopens. The two sides are also offering starkly different visions of the Affordable Care Act and how to deal with the expand premium assistance that will soon expire for millions of people. Democrats want the aid extended, while Republicans insist the subsidized healthcare system is broken and must be cut back. And what I'm getting from this is, what I'm getting from this in totality is that the Democrats want to keep the funding going right now, while the Republicans want to cut out a lot of the foreigners. That was the talk that I'm getting. I haven't read any information on that, but I'm getting from a lot of Republicans that before they continue with this healthcare act, they want to cut out some of the foreigners who are getting some of this aid. And the Republicans are also saying that let's get the government started back up and then we'll talk about this aid. But they don't want to give assistance to any foreigners or any immigrants, should I say. So once again, these are two dumbass things that are keeping the food back from the people. One, we got them, they gonna pay the military. And two, they can't come to an agreement on should we cut everybody's health care or should we just not, they don't want to cut everybody's health care. The Democrats want to continue with the system that they have, which is giving everyone the health care they need. And the Republicans are saying we can cut back on that health care if we exclude some of these immigrants. And I want to fall back. Salutes my brother OTK and T Wriggles, man. Y'all feel free to interject. Salute. Oh yeah, can we get a mic check from you, good brother OTK?
It's kind of weird, with these talking points from the Democrats and the Republicans. For my knowledge, outside the U.S., a lot of the health care and Medicare is all free. And how does that work where everyone else outside the U.S. receives free health care, but we don't? And I land.
Good point. Good point. Especially if some of these um, immigrants are from some of those countries. I know a lot of countries get free health care. Maybe not all, but a lot of countries do get free health care. So my thing is, um, you know, I don't really want to do too much thinking into healthcare because when it comes to healthcare, a lot of the healthcare money is healthcare that people gonna need in the future. So one of my resolutions that I would give to them is, hey, let's just worry about the healthcare that people getting as of right now, as far as any physical treatment, and let's do the medications month to month. Let's not do the food. Let's not stop the food. Let's do the medications month to month. You know, if we know somebody finna be on but see, this is the problem. They gonna keep the military around because they trying to put boots on the ground. I'm telling y'all, they just looking for martial law. And see, this is a chess move. Donald Trump know once the military is down on the ground, it won't be another election as long as the military is on American soil. See, people has forgot this part too, because people forgot what martial law was. So once the U.S. military is in full patrol on U.S. ground, there cannot be another presidential election. We've all read the books, Donald Trump, the 45th president, you know, the last president, the last king, all these different stories. See, they're manifesting their destiny. And we playing stupid and we helping them do it. It's like we helping somebody rob us. So we gotta stop trying to. If we already watched the end of the movie, why are we arguing about shit in the middle of the movie if we already know how the movie gonna end? And salute, salute. Hey, my brother OTK, you want to give us
Peace
a
and
mic check?
love.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
peace and
that's you.
love. Good, I'm
Peace,
good.
peace.
Yeah, yeah. What's happening, man? Peace and love to you and peace and love to T Wriggles. Great conversation, man.
Much
Great
love, good
analysis
brother.
on all that, man. Word, word. I'm gonna let y'all brothers finish, man. Then I just want to ask y'all brothers a couple of questions, man. After that about this snap thing and all this right here, man. But yeah, go ahead, bro. I don't want to interrupt. Um,
If you got some questions, man, feel free.
all right. My first question, you had just said something key. You said that the Democrats trying to keep everything flowing the same way it's been. The Republicans are like, nah, it's too much of our hard work money, and well, not theirs, but people work money going to these immigrants. You know, which we know when the borders was open, we saw what they was getting now, these packages that they was getting. So is that what they're talking about as far as like cutting the SNAP program off? Are they talking about the actual like immigrants so they can like do like a quality control thing, bro?
I think that's what the Republicans want, but the Republicans are trying to um, cut the immigrants out of the healthcare part of it. But that's a great question because they're not mentioning all these stamps that they gave them. You know what I'm saying? So I think you just made a perfect point because I think that the Republicans are saying, man, we ain't gonna even talk about the stamps that y'all gave them. I think they see that they can control the healthcare a little bit more. I think what the Republicans are trying to do is just focus on the American people, which I don't see being a bad thing to a certain extent. But I just don't believe that the country should be shut down to have to work these things out because, like I said, the taxes are still going to come out of people's checks. Uh, the next time they get paid, regardless
Big
if we
facts.
receive any benefits from these people. You know what I mean? But that's
Big
a very
facts.
good point that you just made. My brother T.
Yeah. What
Rivers,
you think, T Wriggles? Yeah, what you
yeah,
think, T Wriggles?
Well, look, man, I agree with what's going on. For me, I agree with what you guys just said, but I would say this, with the cards and the receipts that we saw from the migrants that came here, to rectify the problem, because no one's mentioning that. To rectify the problem, you might have to revamp the whole system. And then when you revamp it, like from the article that Key just read, now to make sure people are going to go back to work. So you're going to get your EBT cards through this revampation here. We're going to revamp the system. So yeah, you'll be able to get EBT, but now we can, in order to get your EBT, you have to show proof that you're making strives to be working, which I think that's kind of very weird to do that, because there's nothing wrong per se with the system at hand. It's just that it got faltered by the migrants. See, if the migrants was never in the equation, I don't think this government shutdown would even be happening, with
Big
the EBT
facts.
thing. So
Big
so for me,
facts.
you know what I'm saying? So looking at this situation, it's there's one stone, so many birds, right? So what you just
Mhm, mhm.
brought to the table, OTK, is one of these birds here, about the migrant situation here. And I land.
Yeah. And the reason why, you know what I mean, I brought that up is because uh a lot of our own peoples was complaining about what they was getting when they came across here, what was being allowed, and all of this right here. We're talking about migrants, something they can't even control. They couldn't control at this time because the borders was open. You understand what I'm saying? So you know what I mean. So when I listened to some of what Key brother Key Northful had read, it say it depends on certain stipulations, like you just said, T. Riggles. They're gonna have to prove it, and by proving it, you're proving it that I've been here, I always been here, and you know what I mean. I ain't come from nowhere. I'm legal out and everything. So
Yeah.
it's like a revamp of the system, like you said, man. I think that's what's going on too. But it's gonna put a lot of people who don't need to be included in that revamping. A lot of them are gonna hurt behind this. You know what I mean? Like you said, yours wasn't that much, so
Yeah.
you found a way. But those who really depend on that, man, that health care for their medicine, all of this stuff like this, man. I mean, let's be for real, bro. It's gonna shake up some things
Yeah. I'm
if
gonna
it
tell you
goes
when.
through.
Most
I'm gonna tell you
definitely.
what's really gonna shake up some things here, OTK. The revamp, right, is going to force. See, look, they're going to attack women with this. They're going to force everyone. Look, if you want to get this, you're going to have to get this digital ID, or let's go extreme here, or you want the EBT, you want the Medicare, you want all of this, you want all of that. Hey, you need the chip in your hand, or if not, you're not going to get anything. So that's going to put a lot of women now, right, in this situation of, okay, what do I do? Do I comply, or do I stick it out? And so, and that pressure that's going to come from women is going to affect men here. You know what I mean? And then so this is a very weird play that they can use right here, but it can work really effective if they get the woman on board. Right?
Okay, bad. And you know what's crazy, right? This same plan that was implemented is one of the plans that helped break up the house. But
Man.
I saved that for another conversation. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If y'all, I don't know if y'all want to go into that because all of this ties in together. You
Oh
you
yeah.
understand what I'm saying? But
Facts.
Oh yeah.
I had another question too. I put my question on the back burner if y'all want to go in on that. What I just said just now.
But just from what was said previously, right? I just want to say, okay, so a lot of people will say, how does this make sense? How are they going to implement this digital ID? They're going to simply implement the digital ID by making the digital ID mandatory.
Right.
So they're going to make you choose to do it, which is going to be them forcing you also. So once they make it mandatory by this certain date, like they did the real IDs, people couldn't get on a plane if you didn't have a real ID. So now, once they revamp this system, okay, and now the deadline's coming up from the digital ID. And if you don't have digital ID, your card won't be loaded because you won't be in the system. It's just like going to the airplane with an old ID. They're gonna be like, nah, you gotta go over here, get in this line or something. You see what I'm saying? You can no longer board
Damn.
the plane.
And that digital ID, that real digital ID contains biometrics. So
Yeah.
damn, Key, that's serious, Key, what you just said. Go ahead, bro.
Correct. Correct. So it's gonna be like what they're doing right now is they're doing the 1 month thing so they could put the fear, like, they don't believe that we gonna shut stuff down. So let's do it for 1 month so they can actually feel it. We know people ain't gonna starve out in 1 month, but what it's gonna do is make them be more on top of their business. Cause like I was telling T Riggles earlier, we've been knowing for 2 weeks now, 2 to 3 weeks now, that nobody getting food stamps on the first. But imagine how many millions of people called the food stamp office today. Imagine how many people sitting at home, going in their purse or their wallet, pulling their card out, looking at it, man, and saying, calling the number on there, ask, let me see if some changed. You see what I'm saying? So if people know, hey, let me be one of the first people to go get my chip, that way, I'm gonna have my benefits first. I'm first in mine. This is this fear-based uh survival mode type of mentality that they dropping the people down into to implement them into the system easier. It's just they just making the people lead themselves to the slaughterhouse so they don't have to herd them there.
Right. And then what and what
That's key.
the and then what the question will be now, with what some women would say, well, if what else do you want me to do? They're my only source and my only option. And that uh what would you say statement that will come from some people lets me know that, in this future time, that something has to be in place that everyone knows about, that everyone can go, where you have more than one option. You don't have to always go to them for your food. You don't have to always go to them for your health care and to cure you and to all of this for your babies. There's an option over here that you can go to, and that's something that, we as the adults and, the conscious ones have to come together and set something up for everyone. And I like.
That's true. So hope this don't happen behind this government shutdown when they starting with the healthcare. If y'all notice, every place that this National Guard has been going up underneath Trump, all these was pretty much federal housing projects and federal housing communities, correct?
Um, I'm gonna say I don't know because of the three states that I was in question about. I was being questioned
See,
about
nobody
declared.
nobody pays attention to that. But the key thing is that they going into people asking how can the military or how can the National Guard come inside a housing project because that is federal housing projects. It's not
That's a
state
fact.
housing projects. It's
Right.
That's a fact.
federal housing projects. So they got the right to come in there. So now we seeing this snap with the healthcare. Then there's gonna be food stamps. What if they trying to get the housing projects
Yeah, you
next?
you on point. You
Happen,
on
bro.
point.
Hope it don't happen, but just pay attention to where these people are strategically going at inside these neighborhoods in these states. Just pay
Because
attention. Go ahead.
the housing projects are exactly what the name says, housing projects. This is where they test the um the numbers. This is where they get statistics from when they were dealing with us. When most
Facts,
of our
big
people,
facts.
yeah, stayed in these housing projects. So these are like facilities, that they don't have to run. These are self-run facilities. So they make the housing projects. You get in there, even if you rely on the government for your income, or you go to work, you feed yourself, you clean your own house, but they still able to monitor you and the activity of the people through these housing projects so that they can do tests and things like that. This is where the
Big
crack
fact.
epidemic came in, and you
Big
know,
facts.
it's like the military right now. So you on point? I'm with you on
It's
that, good
it's
brother.
it's like the laboratory. It's like the laboratory, man. You know what I mean? And all of this stems from the civil rights movement, from the Fair Housing Act. Huh?
Mm,
That's federal.
mm,
All of this stems from that Fair Housing Act up underneath the American the Civil Rights Act or the American Indian Act or whatever like that. All that came up underneath fair housing and fair job, fair opportunity, and you know what I mean. All this stuff right here, man. This is when we seeing the boom of these housing projects, and that was funded by the federal government. That's why the state uh, didn't care about the housing projects. That's why the police wouldn't even come in that some bitch if they didn't have to. You know what I mean? Because it's in the feds' hands.
mm, mm.
But I'm just saying, we just got to pay attention, man. If they doing this with the healthcare, then the food stamps, dog, the housing projects are next, baby boys. That's all I got to say. And I hope it don't come to that. You know what I'm saying? I hope it don't come to that
Yeah, you
because
know,
now you're talking about if you ever want to see us united again, like how we was united back in the past, you know what I mean, for a common cause. If you ever want to see everybody on the same page, on the same code, dog, you don't mess around with where people live at. Now that's too much of their livelihood. At least if I got a roof over my head, I can go out and make ends meet to try to feed myself and feed my family. But if you take my roof from over my head too, you take my help away, that also in the system working and help paying, I'm pretty much paying my damn self. You know what I mean? Because you shit me on my taxes every year. Anyway, you know what I'm saying? But man, but do y'all know what that will do?
yeah. See, I think that when you say take them, it's gonna be, they're gonna need places for. They're gonna need places for. Is my audio good?
Yeah, you good.
Yeah, you good, bro.
Okay.
You good, bro. You good.
Yeah. They gonna need places for for so they're not going to have all of these concentration camps like how people was putting out and thinking. So they're gonna make the housing project the concentration camp. It's already gated.
Mhm.
Mm,
It makes sense.
mm.
They gotta make room. They gotta make room for the new ones they got under mind control. And I'm telling you right now, what's been going on across that water over there, dog. They're making room for somebody, bro. This
Because
shit
see, they
ain't
know
happening for no reason, bro. Go ahead.
they know they're the ones who gonna get a pushback from. See, overseas in the UK, these people are pushing back from the government. I was having a conversation with my cousin Larry. We was talking about the people over in UK. Now, if UK wasn't getting their food stamps, if they knew that, oh man, boy, it would have been so much shit burnt down. It would have been so much looting going down. They don't take a second to talk about nothing. They doing it. It's automatic. They understand that that's their money that they're using to pay for all this shit. It's just us over here. The minority don't got nothing to do with numbers. The minority got something to do with mindset. So
Big facts.
they know where the pushback. They know who the soldiers is. They know who the riders is. Who the people who gonna be out there, and they know it's these people in these projects, these hoods, and these ghettos. So that's why they're going to put their presence there first. Memphis, Chicago, LA, they coming. New York, they coming. Houston, they coming. New Orleans, they coming. Everywhere that has made murder capital, of the world before they go in there first. They going in there, they rounding them up to get them out the way, and they're fooling the people, telling the people, don't you want crime cleaned up in your community? The people like, yeah, I want to be able to walk around safe. I want to walk with my dog. It ain't been no bullets flying past my head for the last 2 weeks. I've been sleeping good. Thank you, Mr. Trump. But they're only doing this so they can bust your ass down with this digital ID system and put a tighter leash on the sheep. So then when you see that and you see all these people who really can do any physical pushback is locked the fuck up, that's when you're going to realize that I thought you was doing this for me to be safe. But why would somebody care about? Don't you know where I'm from in Pine Bluff, Arkansas, right? It's the safest place in America for an old white lady to sit on a porch, but it's the most dangerous place for me. So you think they care about
Make
you
that
telling
make
them?
sense, bro. Make that make sense.
You feel me what I'm saying? They
Man, I don't know
tricking
how
people, bro.
that makes sense.
Tricking the shit out of people. My bad. Y'all got it.
Where
No,
nah,
no, no,
Key. We
no,
was adding in with you, Key. Like make
yeah,
that make sense,
yeah,
dog.
yeah, yeah. Keep going. For
Go
real.
ahead, Key. You cooking.
Because a those people who are doing the crimes are doing them on each other. They're not harming white people. They're not harming immigrants. They're not harming nobody who not in the hood. So why would the government care if the people in the hood are safe or not, or if anything changed with them? They don't have to deal with that. They don't care about that. They ain't showing up at funerals and shit like, damn, we said these babies are dying, or, they don't give a fuck about that. They're using that against the people so they can do what they want to do. They know, okay, them niggas killing theyself. So let me go get the roughest niggas who killing theyself out the way. So that way, when we get ready to make them do what we want to do, we ain't got to worry about them. We gonna make them give up the toughest ones among them so we can do what we want to do with the rest of them. See how that work?
Damn, that's crazy work, man. And people don't even know the image that got brought on to us by us making organizations to protect our own communities. You know what I mean? From any danger, our businesses, our everything. We started protecting these. These start getting labeled as gangs, and now criminal organizations and all of this shit right here. But at first, you didn't want to patrol our neighborhood. So we came up with our own government to control our to patrol our neighborhoods and to make sure y'all don't come in and do nothing wrong to our peoples them. And now they considered outlaws. And bro, it's a serious time right now, man, because those are the main areas they are targeting. Just pay attention. All the areas that they're targeting in these states are federal districts.
That's a fact. Now, that was a great point that you brought up. You know what I'm saying? And what makes those, like you said, these were the projects where they were performing the projects. We first started seeing that back in the 60s. We had the heroin epidemic. We had the cocaine epidemic. And then they went from turning cocaine into crack to make the crack epidemic. We saw how all of these things had an effect on our neighborhoods and our communities. Along with these drug addictions and the effects from the drug addictions also spawned other things. So there came prostitution. See, there came low income houses. Now, there came government assistance. There came broken homes and broken families. They got to knock you off balance for them to be able to turn the fucking time capsule upside down. They got to get you off balance so they can knock this shit sideways so they can mix in so now they can tip over and be on top. We're not thinking in these terms. They got us so entertained that we ain't able to peep the play. It's a play happening. And we got these so-called smart guys. Like I tell people, whether you go into these institutions getting indoctrinated with their knowledge to play their game, and their game is not for you or by you. So when you're going to get so educated and stuff, we need to learn how to be in this game and not of this game. So we could be able to step away at any time. But when we go in too deep and get lost in the sauce, now we drowning in the bullshit because their plans are being implemented, and then we get in fear factor mode and we're like, oh, well, what are we gonna do? Because we were never planning on doing nothing for us, because we was putting all our energy into a system that was leading us into a burning house. And now in the country where the mind of the people have been elevated, it's not a black or a white thing even anymore. It's not even a rich or poor thing anymore. They done succeeded that and went past that. Some other things I was talking about years ago, universal basic income. This is going to be a problem. They showed you that when the pandemic happened. So if they could just erase everything and swipe every slate clean, and they just start giving people free money now just to be on the side of the system. So now what matters to them is you with their agenda or not. If you ain't with their agenda, you a criminal. You a threat to move to the forward movement of this country now. They playing chess. So they gonna move their troops in on the strong one, so just in case they want to book. And then they're also going to criminalize those who ain't even physical threats, but they mental threats, or they have influence to be able to control the rest of the people, to get them to jump off the ship too. And I don't want to be too long with it, man. If y'all, anyone of y'all would interject.
No, man, that's you're totally on point. And it's something that OTK said, prior, when we look at the play that happened in the 60s and the 70s, to keep the man out of the house in order to get your benefits. So we've got this play right there, right? We're never going to forget that play that they ran. So just as OTK is saying, you got to look at the federal areas of where they're going. And then what else are they going to do, that's going to cut and break our family structure here, our unity here, so I'm very interested. I'm very interested in the play that's going to come down the pipeline. But what my main focus would be, as to why I'm even speaking right today about this, is what are we going to do? You feel me? We already know what play is going to come down the pipeline. Okay, so what are we going to do? Are we going to band together and be whole as one? Are we going to unify? Because this is a perfect opportunity. Yeah, this window of opportunity is here. So is the mindset of the people going to band together? Don't matter about, at this point, it don't matter about your color at this point. Don't matter about your money or your religion. It's got nothing to do with this. Are we going to band together, human to human now, soul to soul, man to man? Are we going to do this, or are we going to stay on the cow's nipple? You feel me? And drink.
And y'all notice they gonna do this in the winter time
Yeah.
when all the fruits stop growing.
Yeah.
This is strategic, y'all.
Very.
They are good at it, y'all. Let me tell you, dog. They have plenty of practice other places.
Man. This is
Pay
why.
attention,
This is why.
dog. It's winter time, bro.
Yeah, and look, and then Christmas is down the line. You already got people programmed in the family holidays, and you gonna break that spirit? Woo, y'all cold out here. But just like you said, OTK, just as you said,
Yeah,
brother.
man.
All right, and look, and I respect your mind, right? And look, and you give credit where credit is due. Like so do I. So does Key. You feel me? This is brilliantly done by this establishment, by these
Yeah.
colonizers, oppressors, whatever you want to call them, whatever name. Like they're geniuses, yo. You got to give them that. You have to being able to move people and their mindset into, okay, y'all feeling good about yourselves. Now we're gonna make you feel not good about yourself. Oh, you feel strong and brave. We're going to install fear from a distance by just one law. Whoa, that's powerful. And I land.
Powerful, bro. Powerful. Powerful, man. And see, you know what I mean? I feel bad for the ones that really depend on these things, man. You understand what I'm saying?
Man.
Um, that depend on these things, dog. You know, and that's why it affects me. It ain't gonna affect me financially or anything like that. You know what they doing or none of this, but it affects me mentally to hear the stories of some of my peoples them that's in the area and they nervous, they worried,
Yeah.
they don't know how they gonna do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If this was to go through, and when they get into that mode right there, dog, that's when you see a rebellious. Um, I don't want to say the other word, but you know what I mean. This is when you see a rebellious Indian. You know what I mean? American, Aboriginal, whatever you want to call it. And I'm telling y'all, dog, that's another part of it too.
Yeah.
Once they got us into these classifications and got us to change ourselves and to start accepting things, we took ourselves out of the game with that.
Mm.
When Keith said we was in the game and we got out of the game, Keith, that's how we got out of the game.
Mm.
We lost
Facts.
touch the reality to the roots on which we came from. We still was doing the culture. We still was living it, but yet we lost touch on what we was, the landlords of this land.
Mm. Mm.
That's a fact. Because we wouldn't even be worried about no food. Because, like I said, growing up, my great grandmother, you know, my great grandma mother, Mattie P, she always had a big garden in the backyard. You know, my grandfather, Shorty, that just passed, he always had a big garden in the backyard, bro. I'm talking about lettuce, tomatoes, everything back there, bro. Onions, green peppers, watermelons, man, pumpkins, all kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? So we were set on a system to where, see, when it got this time of year, see, we would do our harvest and we would put our food up to be able to last through the winter till spring come. You know what I'm saying? OTK. So we knew, all right, everything finna stop growing. So, we was able
Hell
to
yeah.
prepare.
Mason
And then
jars up. Mason
Mason
jars in the
jars
pantry. Got
up.
yes, sir.
Even the people that didn't even have a lot of refrigeration and stuff. This is where beef jerky come from and smoked turkey, smoked deer meat and stuff. You can leave some smoked meat in a smokehouse for so long as there's smoke going on it. All you gotta do is keep it smoking. Keep it smoking
That's
every
big
day.
facts. That's
See
big
what I'm
facts.
saying?
Control your heat, control that smoke. That's facts.
Yeah, and it'll last all winter. There be that same meat in there hanging up. You just go in there and eat it. You keeping it warm. It ain't never going unwarm. You know what I'm saying? The bacteria and stuff only set in when it start to go from cold to hot, and then it sit in the cold for after that.
Facts. Facts.
So
Facts.
we got away
But
from
we've
it.
been done found out. We've been done found out about how to use salt, how to use salt to preserve food and stuff like that, man. No, listen, man. Dog, in order for them to take back our food that they was taking from over here over there, they had to find out how to secure it for at least 3 months, 3 to 4 months, sometimes 6 months. You know what I mean? On their journeys back when they was taking shit from over here and taking it over there. Especially the foods. Because they first couple of trips, dog, everything was dying.
Yeah.
Everything was dying, bro. They was like, well, god damn, shit spoiled, all this. And so we showed them the concept, man. And that's why I say we was in the game heavy. We didn't know the actual play that was at hand. And I don't even think they knew the play. I think they just, you know what I mean? Uh uh Found a way how to manipulate it and you know what I mean, bro? And that paperwork genocide was the first.
Facts. But
That
they
was
switched
that was the first, bro.
they switched the
Go ahead.
mindset of the people. You know, they came with the flashy living, you know, dancing in ballrooms and working in factories and buying a brick house with a yard. You know, that made people, well, I'm gonna move off the plantation, mama. I'm finna go to Detroit. I'm finna go to Chicago. You know, I'm finna go to New York, get this factory job, New Jersey, get this factory job. That was the migration of the true American Indians from the South to the North. That's when the switcheroo started happening, trading places. And as people
Big
start
fact.
moving, the
Big fact.
grandmas and stuff start dying. So this uncle, he working at General Motors, man. He ain't finna go do no farming. He finna sell it. Boom. And then a smart white man gonna say, well, shit, I'm finna go buy that land. I'm finna produce them vegetables. Now the switcheroo happened. So you
Now
gave
the
up your
switcheroo
food,
happened.
get the job where you got to give your time and energy for. Then now you got to turn right back around and buy the food from. This was the switcheroo.
And they turn around, bro, and take your last name or your name. That's
Mm.
you know what? That's crazy. That's crazy. It wasn't, man. This thing's so deep. Hey, Key, and I wish you would have me on your show one day, bro. And just let me build with you, man, and let me come and do a presentation or something on your show, bro. Cause
Most
I
definitely.
share out the videos too, man. You know what I mean? Just to get into this American Indian, indigenous, or American Aboriginal, with you know what I mean, thing,
Oh
man,
yeah.
and let them boys see how the classification was the spirituality when they attacked our spirituality system with the book, with the Bible. Big facts. That
Man.
started. That started it. And
Yeah.
once that started, and they saw that they could do that, they say, "Well, shit, we can tell them anything," and they agree with it.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And I would love to go through that with you, bro, and show you.
Yeah, we
I mean,
gotta
show
do
your
that.
peoples them that. You know what I mean? At any time, bro. Just reach out to me. Let me know, bro. I'd love to come build with you. And you know, you
Yeah,
always welcome on my show too. You and
most
T
definitely.
Riggles, y'all already know, man.
Yeah, we got to collab a lot more, man. And what you just said was very key to what took place because once they start having us put our heads in the cloud, then that's when they got the stealing shit.
Mm-hmm.
Once we start looking up,
Right?
they was taking shit on the ground.
Right.
Us
Yeah.
not
They
knowing that we
took us
already
away.
positioned something. Mhm.
They took us away from our natural spirituality system. So just like you said earlier, like we know this was harvest time. So this is the time where we come in with the inward Indians on the other side of the Appalachian or up north, and we trading now because what we got, y'all ain't gonna have for the rest of the year, and what y'all got, we ain't gonna have for the rest of the year. So let's go ahead and trade off these vegetables, these fruits, and these foods and stuff like that, man, so we can sustain this uh wintertime. That's how Thanksgiving started, bro.
Facts.
Mm.
Facts. We was
It's
able
out
to
of the
trade
it's
their
out of the
food.
farmer's almanac. Go ahead, go
Yeah, the
ahead.
Farmer's Almanac. That was the true uh that was our Bible, basically. You know what I'm saying? In that Farmer's Almanac.
Big
I remember
facts.
growing up with my great grandmother because we knew the times that the seasons was changing. We was
Right,
compatible with nature. So now we're off course
right,
with nature. They doing all this
right.
weather modifications. They don't got us working with the land. So we offset
Mm,
of time with nature and we on nature time.
mm. Right, because we start going off of this Gregorian calendar and stuff like that when that was wrong 4 different times because they didn't know. they only first seen the sundial. They didn't know that it was a moon dial. So you got the
Mm,
sundial that tells you the days, but you got the moon dial that tells you the months.
mm,
They didn't know nothing about these things. You feel me? And when
yeah.
they found it, that's why they had to keep changing their calendar. And now they took our spiritual days, dog. And I know some people might not like me for this, but what I say this but I can prove it. They took some of our spiritual days because we was in tune spiritually with nature. They took some of those days and made them into their holidays. And the reason how we know this is because America is the only place that they celebrate these holidays at these times. So when they say it's pagan, it's because we didn't go with that book. So remember back then, anybody who didn't go along with that book was considered pagan. If you didn't believe in what they believe in.
Right.
So all of this got accomplished. Now we got to understand man, them boys started their own way of life to break away from Britain and England.
Mm-hmm.
Not the Anglo-Saxons, your Pilgrims, your Puritans, later
Right.
Mormons and stuff like that. They were separating themselves from Britain because they say, you know what? The American Indians show me how to grow this shit, dog. We don't need Britain no more. They was indentured servants now. You feel me? But
Right.
the Anglo-Saxons was that warrior group. They the Vikings motherfuckers. You know, they came from the Vikings. You know, they was kicking ass all over Europe. You know, all the way into Italy. They went all the way into goddamn Italy and Sicily. You know what I mean? And tore that motherfucker up and left they Nordic styles there too. So we know this from studying history, from their history.
Right.
One
Mm,
And
thing
see,
about their history, they're gonna write what they believe is true and what they
right,
went through. So if it's their history, it's not for us. Just like when they was writing American history, it wasn't for us to read. It wasn't for us to
right.
know about. They was writing American history for theirself to send back to their peoples them over there to let them know how America was. It wasn't for us to never find out.
See, that's a
We know
fact.
that people died off of disease. Get the hell out of here. We
See,
all
we
die of
didn't
disease,
know.
and you still see American Indians in the 1900s, and y'all got stories about them. I thought they all died.
Facts, but see,
The hell?
what we didn't know was that, see, once America became a corporation, and once these small hats, these JEWs start running shit, this is the synagogue of Satan. So they already had plans to do exactly what they doing right now, to resurrect the beast, to
Don't you know
implement the
those?
people
Don't
into
you
the
know those
beast.
are the ones that's going against the Protestants, bro? So when you
Yeah,
had this influx in the South of the Sephardic Jews, your French Huguenots, your Morisco Jews, and these conversos and all that, they hid up underneath Christianity. You
oh
feel
yeah,
me? They
oh
hid up
yeah.
mm,
underneath Christianity until they got a foothold.
That's right,
But they
because
still
back
was
in the day,
practicing Judaism. Yeah,
that
yeah.
that
Go
was
ahead,
that
bro.
was,
Go ahead,
that
bro.
was just the first line in. You know what I'm saying? That was just the
Mm-hmm.
first hook in, the hook to the line.
Right.
So we wasn't
Mm-hmm.
really
So
trying to play, because they've been trying to
right.
resurrect this beast system, and they had, so we've been trying to figure the plays out as they're happening, thinking, okay, we're gonna make a curve, we're gonna make this change, and this was taking place right now. A lot of people be like, I gotta pay attention to what's going on right now, or I gotta pay attention to the past, when these people only got one agenda. This was to resurrect the beast system. This was to bring forth the mark of the beast. This is why this part of the prophecy was written and put out to the people. These were the plans that was supposed to take place. So, we kind of got threw off from knowing that, and we got lost in the sauce, man. And we start helping them actually implement their plans rather than fighting against it. And that's where we at right here, where we at today with it.
Right. At first, we started helping them implement with their own wars that they brought from over there against each other over here. Your Jews and your goddamn Christians was fighting over here. That's your pilgrims. Your pilgrims is your Christians, bro. They came with the Geneva Bible. Your
Right.
Jewish them, they came with the King James Bible. The
Yeah, them
Spanish them.
JWs,
Right.
yeah.
They also was Muslim.
Right.
These
Right.
are conversos, dog. They was Islamic too. Mohammedan. If they want to go to Mohammedan, then we can go there. We want to go to men, we can go there. We want to go to the Assyrians, we can go there. Whatever they want to do, we take it there. We know them. We track them through history from what they've been through over there. One thing about them over there, bro, they wrote a lot of their history down. They wrote a
This,
lot of their history down, bro.
this why they connected to the Vatican, and these
Correct.
people were pushing out funding the Crusades, these lesser
Correct.
levels of the Catholic Church, because they
So
was
those was
going
your
after,
Spanish.
yeah,
Right. Those
yeah,
was your Spanish. They
yeah,
wasn't
yeah,
the pilgrims. The pilgrims, what they became pilgrims, but they was Puritans, like your boy Martin Luther and all of them. They was going to Protestants. They was going against the Holy Roman Church. That's why
facts.
King James told them boys, y'all go ahead, y'all ass, get the hell up out of here. But y'all owe me money. Them your
Well,
1619 pilgrims. You feel me?
yeah,
So
they was kind of
the
like,
whole thing. Yeah, yeah. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
yeah, no, I was gonna say they was kind of like the military back in those days, but it was a different type of warfare going on because they was travelers, those Spaniards,
Right.
so they was using them to
Yeah.
carry out the crusades, and it was a spiritual war going on at that time. But people didn't realize who was at the head of this shit. The Vatican, the Pope
Mm-hmm.
is presiding as God on earth. So this the
Correct.
highest of the level of this shit. So they use they henchmen like they use the Moors, they use the
The
Spaniards,
Knights, the Knights, the
the,
Knights
the
Templars,
Knights
they use
Templars.
all of
Yeah.
them. Yeah,
Oh
the
yeah.
Hospitallers, all of them. They use all of them. Yes.
Oh yeah. My bad, T. Riggles. You was chiming in.
Oh, my
Oh
bad,
no,
T.
no, no. You did not. You're right. The Vatican was using all of those secret societies and orders, to achieve their goal. And then along the way, right, the Knights Templar figured something out, right? And OTK, I was gonna, and I've been wanting to run this by you, right? Because now some of the Knight Templar orders today are saying
Still
that,
here.
right? Oh yeah, that look, they said
Those are
that.
your Masons.
Look,
Let me
before.
stop. Let me
Yeah, no,
stop.
no, 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 no. You're right, because it's a sect. The Masons are the sect, is one of the sects off of the Templars, right? And
Yes.
and some of the Templars, I heard this from a Grand Master Templar probably like last year, say that
Mm.
before the Spaniards came, right,
Mm-hmm.
the Templar was already here. This is the Templar that figured out that the Vatican, the Knights of Malta, the Jesuits are
Uh-huh.
all are
The
all
order of
yeah,
Lazarus and all of them.
right.
Yeah, yeah, I
And
got
all of
you.
them,
I got you,
right?
bro.
They figured
Mm-hmm.
some of the Templars, because I'm reading about it, right? And some of the Templars figured out like these ones are the evil ones per se. And the Templars in some of their writings say that they came to the Americas first and met with some of the indigenous brothers and then even forewarned them, saying, look, these people over here in Europe aren't like me. The Templar was saying, I come here to gain spiritual knowledge and wisdom, to see what you know and to help. But
Mm.
even gave
These
them
also, these first Templars also supposedly brought the Holy Grail, which
right,
was the bloodline of Jesus and Mary Magdalene, and
right,
that's why they worship Mary. They say it's Mary, Jesus, Daddy, Mama. My bad, Jesus, Mama, but no, they worshiping Mary Magdalene because from what the stories say, she came and actually started churches in Spain. I mean, not Spain, in where her churches got started in out of Spain, into goddamn like Latin America and all of that. That's why they worship Mary. And if you will see them, they all got a Mary hanging from them rather than a Jesus.
Yeah, and look, and I want to
Go
speak to
ahead,
you
bro.
offline. Look, and I want to speak to you offline about this, right? Because when there was a front going on because the Templars knew about this narrative that was being pumped, right? And I want to run this by you because some of the Templars say that when they came here, they even not only shared the wisdom but gave secret handshakes to some of the indigenous brothers here, just so they won't get confused on who is who. It's a very interesting story that I want to run by you later on down the line.
Oh, I love to hear about that because I'm deep with the Knights Templars too.
Oh
I
yeah,
study them. I study them
I'm really
heavily,
into that.
and that's how I trace them all the way here to America and becoming the Masons.
Oh
Your
yeah.
your Omar Shrine, your Omar Shriners, all them boys there. Yeah, I traced them coming across here, and like I said though, the secret is that the royal bloodline of Jesus kept going on in like South America,
All right,
bro. That's what they all hold on to, bro.
look. Let me tell
Real
you what.
talk.
Let me tell you. See, that's a front. Let me tell you what's really was happening. Right,
Okay, go ahead, bro.
right. Look. The thing is that there were the Holy Grail and all of that. These are the fronts that what they were really protecting were bloodlines of spiritual families, like very
Right.
like spiritual families. Not the
Mhm.
throw off is to say Mary
Mhm.
Magdalene and all of that. That was the throw off
That was
because
the throw off. I got
there
you.
are family bloodlines that
Uh
are extremely spiritually gifted that can actually be this bridge to the other side, so we can have contact with all of our ancestors. Because for me, in this whole equation we have here and the solution
huh.
to all of our problems and how we're going to strive, we're going to have ancestry guidance, ancestry
Uh huh.
communication, right? Because the ancestors can go places that we can go. They can go
Ancestral
forward in time,
knowledge.
and they can give us the right steps, without the right perfect steps to take, and we will never go wrong if we have this ancestry help along with what we're trying to do. So yeah,
So
we
T
have to break this
Regos,
down. Yeah,
let me ask you this question real quick.
yeah.
So, well, I think nature is the beginning.
Right. That's what I
I
was
think
just
being
gonna
in
say.
tune with nature, bro, is the
That's what
beginning.
I
Go
was
ahead,
just
T.
gonna say, because we would be in tune with nature, we would be feeding ourselves, we would be compatible with nature and the great spirit. So we would already be in tune with the great spirit. I think they start doing divination and sorcery. And like I was talking about the Vatican and these JEW peoples, they get their masons on the lower level to start to go in, and they're stealing the minds of the people. They changing the minds of the people to want to join their organizations and stuff. And now their external divination practices is what's really pagan. This is a paganistic approach. This is not a divine approach to things. A divine approach to things would be being compatible with the great spirit, which people would call God, and nature. So we will be in control. We can see how off balance we are by not being in control. Nobody knows, okay, when the night to plant these turnip greens. Now, okay, now it's finna start getting cold. I'm on time with this, so we got our sweaters and stuff knitted up just in time. You know what I mean? To be on this life cycle that's
Mm.
compatible with nature and the great spirit. They were pagans. These are people with external hard drives, so they would start to implement their external practices upon the people who are already solely divine.
Mm.
This is where the witches and warlocks and all of these the witchcraft that they're doing, the psychological things that they doing that's coming out of the Vatican, that's coming from the JEWs. This is why they control the media. You know what I'm saying? So these are all levels of the synagogue of Satan, which I'm going to go into on Saturday. I have
Mm.
a pyramid structure set up, and I'm going to break it all the way down from the all-seeing eye all the way down to your low level Masons, Freemasons, and stuff like this. So yeah, y'all could.
Yeah, because
That's
look,
what's
look,
up. That's what's
real
up.
talk. What's that? And what's crazy is that the saying, "Whoever smelt it, dealt it." Right. So the person that's calling someone the ancients pagan, no, 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 no. We're the ones that's pagan. They're the ones that have the original spiritual connection, as OTK was saying. And to break these chains with our people, that's another thing that we're going to have to do, right? Because once you get compatible with nature and these bloodlines that some of these Templars that we're protecting can actually communicate with the spirit of the earth, or can get in contact with goddesses, energetic light beings. I mean, it's a total game changer to restore all of that knowledge that was destroyed or forgotten, which we are now coming into a time of there are, and I can speak for myself, and there's others, right?
Yeah,
That some others are afraid to come out and speak the way kind of like I'm kind of like speaking about, like the spirit of the earth. You can see the physical portions of the earth with her trees, her bushes, her waters, but just like we're made, right? We have a spirit to us, so does the earth. So that
big
spirit,
facts.
that some people have called Gaia, you know what I'm saying, or Yemiya, or whatever name you want to put the title on her, but to have that communication, right, I think has been one of the pagans' job and duty to make sure that none of us get that bridge or communication started. And I like,
I agree with you on that. To
Go
see
ahead.
what my thoughts is, I think that by us being compatible with nature, I feel like that's what connects us to the spirit of the earth. Because as we're doing while we planting shit, that's our ritual. And by
Big
shit
fact.
growing out of it, that's the present from our ritual. So
Big
as we're
facts.
doing, that's what makes us compatible with nature. So
Big fact.
these other people do paganistic shit. They gotta trick our mind and get us thinking other shit. So we teach them how to do the gardening shit and being compatible with nature. Now they learn that from us. Then they get our minds and they made us consumers, and then now they the producers, and now we're not in touch with that spirit that you were talking about. Us being in touch with the spirit will be being compatible with God and nature. We know when the seasons turn. We know what the plant put in the ground. These are ritualistic practices. This is us performing something to get something in return.
Right, right. So once they took us, once they attacked our spirituality system, that was their way of getting in, right? They found out we were spiritual people. Like you said, T. Wriggles, you got a spiritual family, bloodlines that literally can tap in with ancestors. Name any place else in the world where you hear that at,
I can
I
give you
mean,
other
only
than
one.
America, brother.
No, I can
Haiti,
only give.
Jamaica, Haiti,
Say it
and
again.
I think
Huh?
I think Jamaica and Haiti over in
Those
Africa.
are
Like,
all those are parts of America, correct?
oh yeah, oh yeah, oh
Okay,
yeah.
so I'm saying, can y'all name me anybody from over there? And let's go with the Bible, who was able to tap in with their uh other side, what you know what I mean, with their other side into a spiritual realm. No, God always came to them in a burning bush. on a mountain or something like that. No, Muhammad, when we dealing with Islam, you know what I mean? America is the only place where they saw people that can literally sit down and take something that was from nature's earth and transform and dig into another level, another spiritual form.
Right. This
Well, I can
internal
They
I
didn't
can
see that
hard drive,
nowhere else, bro, but here. So
and
who
that's
is this
what
bloodline that they protecting?
well, I can.
this.
There's only one other location, OTK, right? Because
Go ahead, bro.
I looked into this matter, right? And the only other place that actually spoke about any of the ancestors besides America, right, was in Australia with the brothers there, the Aborigines there, where in their spiritual concepts and beliefs and knowing that they would say that the other side to you is what they call the dream world. And in the dream world is where that they spoke about ancestors, and they even spoke about that this is how when you go into the dream world, and that's what they call it, the dream world, is that in the dream world, this is how our world was created. It was fascinating reading about the Aborigines there and
Yeah,
their spiritual concepts.
ain't they got some of the oldest bloodlines or something like that, so called out
Facts.
there?
Facts.
Yeah, all
Huh?
indigenous people. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
they
Those
indigenous.
indigenous people, they islanders. Uh-huh. They
Yeah.
Yeah.
pretty much a island.
But
Yeah.
see, I think we well, I ain't gonna say I think,
Go
right?
ahead, bro.
What I know is that I feel like now you got certain types of soil in certain places. Trees grow different in certain places. So I feel like we were all over this earth, but we were able to connect with each other spiritually through spiritual systems, and we were able to travel to different places on the waters and stuff like that before they came and started taking over the seas and making people fearful about things and placing us under ideology. Then the media the media just capped it off,
Right.
around the yeah, when that radio came and all this type,
If
it
y'all
threw us
can
off.
show me, if y'all can show me another country that has more river systems tying into one, I like to see it. I ain't say no continent. I say a country, and I'm talking about North America right now. That lets you know, dog. That's travel. We built canoes. We built boats. We built all these things, bro. Even
Right.
later on down the line, up there up north, they started shipbuilding out there. They helped them out for their travel because the wood they was using wasn't right.
Mm.
They
And
didn't know
that's
nothing
what I'm
about
talking
rubber. They didn't know nothing
about.
about rubber. Encasing the bottom of the ship with rubber. They didn't know
Right.
nothing about that till they came over here.
And
So,
Mm.
do you
still
know what
was
I
able
mean?
to and still was able to navigate these waters. And that's like one of my points. I'm saying, like, we got to go back to that. That's the spiritual system. That's the spiral
Right,
system, the spiritual system
right.
of us being compatible with nature, normal things. See,
That's a vortex. That's a
we got
vortex.
a vortex. See, we got an internal hard drive, so we don't have to do all no extra shit to connect to nothing. We already interconnected. We got an internal hard drive. We don't have to
Right.
purchase the external hard drive system and start doing things on the outside to try to get some type of results. All we
Uh,
do is live life normally, and we already connected to the divine just from living
already
life
connected.
regularly. Right.
Already connected. That's
The
why we
only
move the way we move.
thing
If you notice, bro, we the only race. We the only race. And I'm saying race right now in North America. You know what I mean? We the only race where we can shake each other hand, and sometimes we call static. Huh?
fact, facts,
Listen to what
man.
I'm saying now. Name
Facts.
any white dude or any European that y'all shook hands with and you felt static.
Yeah. And I don't know about the. But I get what
Yeah,
you're saying because
just
that's
saying,
what
bro. That's because we are in tune with that spiral, with that vortex.
well,
And as
they
long
all
as we moving, we're making energy. We're
yeah,
making fusion, and as long as we keep moving. But when they keep us stagnated, thought we'd
right.
die off.
But see, they always knew that though. That's why they call us soul brother. See, this a soul is like, see, you get a console. A console is an outside representation of what a soul is. So when you got a soul, you connected. See, our feet just beating in a certain type of way. Our hand touching money and all this, it get that static off of there. When we go inside these train stations and all that, they getting energy and shit from that, just from us being present, just from us being there. So this is how our power is being psyched. But we got
Big
so many
fact.
people practicing witchcraft and they give you the Bible on an elementary type level, and then people say, well, screw the Bible, it gotta be something else. So now they're able to trick you right back into
Man,
pushing, pushing their paganistic stuff. Even though we didn't look at the Bible and say, damn, it's just broke up, it ain't get gave right. You know what I'm saying? It's not a
dog,
story.
don't you know what you just said just now, bro?
Mhm.
You just told us the opposite, pretty much another form of kryptonite.
Mm.
Instead of making us weak all the way, they found a way how to harvest our energy.
Facts.
You didn't know that you just said that when you was like that when we on the train and we move, we on the train that they harvesting our energy. Dog, they are harvesting our energy, but to the point that we not dying. We still move on, but we don't even know it.
Right.
Damn, that's deep, Key Norfolk. That's deep, bro.
And
That's
see,
deep.
they shorted the lifespan, but they harvesting enough because a parasite eat like this. A parasite suck all my energy, and now it's full. But as I'm regaining my energy, it allows me to regain my energy. And then it's eating itself while I'm retaining my energy. Then it eat all the energy that is held within itself that it got from me. Then it turn around and it suck me dry again out of the blood. And it get fat off my blood and it don't kill me. It let me go back to fill up on energy again and it feed off itself. See, it's a cycle with a parasite.
Damn, that's heavy, man. That's heavy, bro. You just
Yeah,
open my
man.
eyes. You just open my eyes to some other things, like every facility that we go into, like they harnessing of it, and people sometimes actually feel it because when they go inside certain environments and certain establishment, it's like something comes over them. They might not
Right.
start feeling good, or you know what I mean. Their energy level might be low. And dog, when you said that, I didn't never pay attention to like that, bro. And I'm saying to myself, like, yo, I actually be seeing this.
Yeah, they know how to
I
do this
actually be
energy
seeing
thing.
this, bro.
They can put the lights a certain type of way when you go inside certain buildings, them fluorescent lights they be having, and then they change the temperature too. We got to think in terms of sound, frequency, vibration. How do you change the frequency of a thing? I can change the temperature. I can make the lights bright, or I can make certain noises. When you get in the elevator, you feel like you're in the elevator because elevator music playing. It's they playing a tune. We all instruments, and they just making us sing the song that they want us to sing instead of the one that we got written in our heart, which is being compatible with life and nature.
Yeah, because there is
Damn,
something about
that's
architecture.
another deprogramming that we got to go through. Go ahead, T. Riggles. That's another deprogramming. You know what I mean? I've been working hard on this deprogramming of this African thing. You know what I'm saying? But now this is a whole nother level of deprogramming, bro, at its finest that you just put me on just now, Key Northful. I knew it was a reason why I came up here, man. I appreciate y'all, brother.
Yeah, because there is a, what your guys are talking about, architectural design and of buildings is how it's structured. For an example, churches, all the majority of churches are built on ley lines, right? On one of those heavy magnetic vortexes. This is why sometimes you'll see three churches on one block. You feel me? So when you'll walk into this place and kind of when you walk into like certain churches, your energy field now starts to rise. But how that building is structured, right? That energy that is being created is being siphoned off to somewhere else. So a lot of these buildings that you walk into, like a lot of courts, a lot of hospitals, you feel me? As you said earlier, you'll come out and you're feeling kind of low. Like we're dealing with someone that is more advanced than us. What do they say? They say they're about 50 to 100 years ahead of us. So, and with this knowledge that they've had from our ancient past, has made them. This is why they're in control of certain things. And there's something that we're going to have to really change about that with the youth and how they design and architectural buildings in the future.
That's a fact, man. And shout out to
That's a
DJ
fact.
Jaguar. He said we
That's
are
a fact.
batteries. That's right. We are batteries. This is why they put you in a jail cell and they charge your energy. They charge you
Mhm.
for your energy. So you're
And
inside of a
all
cell.
steel. And a
Yeah, and
all
it's all
steel
steel.
cell, dog. All
That's right.
fucking aluminum.
And you pay
Yeah.
your debt to society because they are
Mm,
confiscating energy from you.
Yeah. That's crazy when you
that
say
damn.
pay your debt to society. It
Pay your
sounds like
debt to
pay your
society.
death to society. That's what it sounded like right when you said that. It was just like, yeah, this whole system we're in, we're gonna have to do a major revamp, and I have big major plans for us. I'm very optimistic of where we're going and what's happening now. I'm very optimistic. I'm very excited because just as Bobby Hemmett, has told us, he said that when society is going down the crap, spirituality now is rising, right. There are some people,
Right.
if you're very spiritual, you
Mm-hmm.
should be becoming more sensitive to energies that are around you. You should kind
Mm-hmm.
of now get the feeling of like when you enter a room, right, because your energy is so, it's growing, it's expanding, and so you will know who your enemy is in the room. Like you should be now lucid dreaming even more than you've ever had before, because spirituality now, right, and the divine feminine, that energy now is starting to kick in. Your right side of the brain is starting to activate now. Your intuition's kicking in, and right, your everything, when your two eyes are shut, that third eye, which is your first eye now, is getting stronger and stronger by the day. So as time
Right.
goes on, as time goes on forward, and I land here, as time goes forward, right, some of us, because I'm very spiritual, so you just can't throw everything all at once at us. We'll have a system neuron override. So gradually, as you take your steps up the pyramid, you will start to know what exactly you are. And I land.
Yeah, definitely, man. And the thing is, man, to be spiritual doesn't mean that comes with a religion. Let's make that clear too for the people. Being spiritual to us here in North America, and I don't, what I mean, we have to get somebody else from the conjoining islands in South America to, what I mean, to give their point of view. But over here in North America, in the Southeast, being spiritual is being in tune with nature,
Yeah.
remembering what your ancestors them taught you, and spiritual guidance comes from your ancestors who's passed. It is not no religion. It's not per se deities. It's not a worship. It's spirituality praise. It's not worship. Worship is something a little different. You know what I mean? So in every American Indian chieftain that you find, you always find somebody who is one of the heads of that chieftain that's spiritually in tune. Everybody is in tune with nature, but that person is more spiritually in tune. Like uh they are what they would call seers. You know, they make everything so like bad nowadays. You know what I'm saying? To where if the person been like, "Yo, I went and talked to my ancestor," you know what I mean? Oh man, you pseudo. That ain't never happened and all this, man. But who's to say that it didn't happen?
But see, too, though, another thing, you worship them by remembering what they told you and doing what they told you. You learned that from them, so you're doing that. See, we want to take it a step far from like, yeah, I need to
Right,
worship
right,
them. I need to know you're worshiping them when you learn gardening from your grandmother or your great grandfather. They learned that from their people. So by you doing those things, that's how you're reverencing them. You're worshiping them. If you on an individual
yeah, that is a
level want
worship.
to
Yeah, that
conversation with
is a
them
worship.
from inside of your mind, then you do that. By all means, you do that. But just by practicing the things that we learned from our ancestors, because right now we're learning things from them. We're waiting for EBT cards and we're going to the Walmart and the grocery stores and we're preaching government policies and things that we learn from the religious textbooks. We're not
Mhm.
saying things that we got from our ancestors. We're not playing food. We're not, you see what I'm saying? So we would be
Right.
them in a sense by uplifting the things that they left for us. We're uplifting things that the opposite team left for us.
Right,
Now that
right. So that's why I say worship is a little different thing than spirituality. It's more deeper, but like you said, and I love that explanation that you gave because by us doing repetition work that was passed down, that is a style of worship. Yes, I love that, Keynote. I love
yes,
that.
sir.
I love that. That's why I love having intelligent conversations, man, with people, you know what I mean, that's intelligent, bro. And I appreciate y'all brothers too, man. And my apologies, man. I ain't say peace and love to y'all. Hope all is
Yeah,
well.
peace and
All
unity, man.
love. I ain't say peace and love to the chat. You know what I mean? Without y'all, it is no us. You know what
Right,
I mean? Like,
right,
man,
right. Yeah, my
yeah.
bad too,
Damn,
man.
my
My bad to the
apologies.
chat. My bad too. I gotta apologize. I didn't say what's up to the chat, man. I don't
Damn.
look at the chat when I'm on. You feel me? I'm engaged
I can't
with
even
the
see the
ones on.
chat. I can't even see the chat
You know
on
what I'm
Zoom.
saying? I can't even see it really. So I put all of my focus and energy on the panel. You know what I mean? But much love to the chat all day long. And you mentioned seers. And I'm totally in
Uh-huh.
agreement with what you and Keynote are saying. That's how you worship to actually do exactly what they was doing back in the ancient times. And I'm in fully agreement with you. And there is, and we have to add here, you know,
But
you know,
they took that away. They took that away from us and got us out of that and brought that Bible in and said, nah,
right,
all you gotta do is
right,
worship Jesus and God, man. You good. And when they
right.
took us out of that by them implementing Jesus and God to us, they started calling our stuff witchcraft and voodoo.
Right,
They started
right.
calling our spirituality system shamanism, voodoo, all
Yeah,
this udon, and all these stuff like this. But these was our spiritual practice and the ways that we was carry on with our culture and the worship, the synchronological cycle, meaning synchronism, and the
Right.
cycle that been passed down to us. You know what I'm saying? So that's what we did when they attacked that, bro, and gave us somebody else to believe in. Like, yo, the person who y'all really was praying to, and the person who y'all really was giving thanks to, his name is Jesus.
But see, we started doing that. Then. Now, we talking about these practices, right? And this witchcraft stuff. So all is mind. So when we supposed to be compatible with nature, and we supposed to possess these powers internally. So some of us started branching off, making external divination practices. And now we fast forward here today where we got Jesus on our head now. So even the external practices that our people were doing is what inverted us into the situation that we in now, when all is mine. That way we wouldn't have to worry about nothing. We would be so compatible with life and nature. Our babies would be healthy. We have all the food we need. But then we started having, we was even having people who were healers. They were able to use the herbs to heal people. But see, all that's different when I'm saying, well, let me do this 3 times. And then, all that shit right there, paganistic. Do this 3 times. Jump up and down in a circle. Cut the head off a chicken and then rub it on your kneecap. All that type of stuff. These are external divination practices. When if we stay compatible with life and nature, we can never be in danger. So it'll look like we gods on earth living in harmony, living in the Garden of Eden. But those external divination practices, paganistic rituals, our rituals we supposed to be doing is supposed to be feeding us, protecting us, and growing our children. But life get boring. That sounds
Yeah,
like too boring.
all our deities, the deities that we do see these American chieftains um looking up to was vegetable or fruit deities or nature deities. See, we knew about seasons over here. We knew we had 4 seasons. No, they don't got 4 seasons over there.
And now they done made us not have 4 seasons over here, but they done came and
Big
threw us off the
facts
track of
with the
time.
new
You know what I'm saying?
engineering. Right, right,
So, so,
right.
so we
Definitely.
started breaking down the aspects of the mind. This is why I did the stream called the aspects of the mind. See, all these different seasons and the earth god, the winter god, this was a step for us getting into divination. Because instead of us looking at all this thing as a collective and saying, oh, this part of God, oh, this part of God. See, we start breaking God. We hit God with a hammer and we separated them into 5 or 6 different people now. See what I'm saying? When we supposed to look at the earthly aspect as the mother and the spiritual aspect as the mind. The mind is the man, the earthly aspect for the mother. Once the mind go into the mind is the intelligence that's inside of the earth to make the things grow from the earth. Like you put your sperm inside of a woman and a physical baby pop out. See, once we took that
Yeah,
aspect and started
I'm,
breaking them down,
that makes me prove that I am a creationist. That's what that proves. If me and a woman get together and we make life, that proves that we are creation. And now that goes against God making all of these people out of two. You feel me?
yeah,
That shatters that. That shatters that.
yeah, what I wanna, and then too, we reproduce, but when people hear create, they automatically take their mind and go a little further than us. So a person will say, well, I must be God because I create life. We don't really create nothing. Like nobody didn't create the internet. The ether that already existed. This is how we were able to be telepathic. So we don't actually create children, we reproduce children. To
Okay,
create
I
something,
understand. I
yeah,
understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying.
yeah,
But what I'm saying is though, the reason why I say create and follow me with this, I'm me. The girl, my baby mama is her. Together we create something new. The mixture between her and me. That's creation, bro. To me. I'm just saying that's creation to me.
Hmm.
What y'all think?
I don't think you're
oh,
wrong by
yeah,
saying. I don't think you're
I
wrong
think,
by saying that.
I
You
don't
know what I
think
mean?
you.
I think. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. My bad.
No, my bad. I don't think you wrong. I'm just because a lot of people would take that and try to be like, well, I'm God or I'm creating, you know what I'm saying, children. And when the word create is to actually create, that's like uh Christopher Columbus saying he discovered America. So just to play on words, you know what I mean, and
Mm,
the
mm.
ideas of how some people gonna take it. Now, as your world, the God of your world, in your home, in your family, just starting from you, that's why I can feel that. Yeah, we created this. Me and my girl, we created these children, we creating this home together. But as I expand my mind to reach out to everyone else, now I gotta leave that on my level. Well, I'm just speaking for me. You know what I'm saying? So I do the test with you, but then my higher mind just make me rise above that. That's all.
Yeah, I got you. I got you. I understand what you're saying. And I'm saying, man, but just that logic right there, that kills a one creator, bro. I go in on the book. You know what I mean, on the Bible and that. Man, I tell them, boy, y'all got to teach this the right way. Y'all like to take the good, but y'all don't like to take the bad of the book. You know what I mean? And that's not right. You know what I mean? But that right there
Okay.
kills a creator.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would
Because
say
in order for it to be one intelligent being or one creator, he will be have to be heterosexual. That means he would have to be a man and female. Because
right,
we are literally here, and we see that when a man and a woman comes together, it makes a child. Not when a man and man come together, not when a woman and woman come together. When a man and woman come together, that's the connection that makes a child. They are creators.
facts. And that's why
Mm.
I was saying, see, the creator concept in my mind would be, the way I look at it is I would look at the creator is two. The creator is the yin and the yang
To
together.
be two.
So
Got to
I
be
wouldn't
two.
say, yeah, I wouldn't say it was like a man is God or a woman is God. I would say there's male and feminine energy inside the mind of what God is.
Big
Because
facts inside that vortex. So
yeah,
you got a negative and a positive working
Positive. Right.
together to create energy.
Right.
facts.
Right. Just like
And
as you
that's the
have the
only way.
sky and the ground. You know what I
A
mean?
push and pull, a
A
push and
push and
pull,
pull. Right.
a push and pull. Right. So I see Key Norfolk. I'm with you now. Like I told you, bro, I've been learning a lot from you now.
Yeah, hey, I'm
With
learning
the,
from you
I've
too,
been learning a
brother.
lot from y'all brothers now. I ain't gonna lie now. So that's why I'm able to meet y'all on the same level, but I just give a different look at it and then to hear what y'all say about it just so y'all can tell me. You know what I mean? That's how we learn, bro. You know what I mean? And we not knocking each other for our what we think and what we know or nothing like that, man. It's just to come to a better understanding. And believe it or not, I know people probably saying, "Damn, how did they leave off the conversation of the title?" We actually didn't leave off the conversation of the title because
Yeah.
what we did is what we started when them brothers started and when I came on. We actually are going back to the beginning of all the fuckery and how it came to be now. So
Right.
Go ahead,
And it's
King.
definitely a part of the title. It definitely goes with the title because what we're discussing right now would keep us from being in fear of a government shutdown. We shouldn't be in fear of a government shutdown. But when the majority of the people are going along with the agenda of the establishment, is throwing the rest of us under the bus. So in order not to get ran over by the bus, we got to pull ourselves from under the bus and at least hang on to it and catch a ride. You know what I'm saying? So
Mm.
this is what's happening. So this definitely goes with the title because we're gonna have to become more balanced. We're gonna have to be information with our information. We got to stop receiving information from these people and try to figure it out while they already got it figured out. And we just got to get back compatible with life and nature. Simple as that. That way we can start back growing our foods. And now we already tied into a system to where they got us paying these taxes. There's a lot of things that's coming exposed. They're even implementing that taxes are voluntary. Yes, they're voluntary once you agree to the system of things. We have to not agree to the system of things, which means you can't eat Caesar's cake and have that motherfucker too. You gotta take some Caesar's cake, you gotta make the cake, it becomes Caesar's, and then you can only get a slice of the cake. Cause Caesar
Or
gonna
either
want
try
some
to
of the
take,
cake
or
back.
either try to take that one cake and make two.
Right. So that's the game we in. Like we got a lot of people now who they don't want to not be going to the grocery stores. They don't want to, you know, they think about what car they gonna buy in 5 years, and so the mindset of the people, and that was perfect for us to go into that. It definitely ties into it because we're gonna have to wean off this. Excuse my language, but we're gonna have to wean off this titty a little bit to
Facts.
get back to being who we are. And then once we become more self-sustainable again, then we're gonna feel like the gods that we are.
Facts. And the topic that we're talking about here does relate to the title also because you are what you eat. And this is
Mm.
where we said in the beginning that, hey, if you don't eat their food, so you don't snap out here, right? Now you can actually balance yourself. And then when you balance yourself eating real food, organic food, food from the earth, now what that does to you internally, now you will be able to be in tune with self now. Because now when you're in tune with self, real spiritual things start to take place. So you are what you eat. And as you said, man, we don't want to be on this nipple like that, because we don't want to snap, guys. You feel me? So the topic, I love the topic. Spirituality is my lane here. I can talk about this thing all day. You know what I mean? And I can talk about how the food relates to your spirituality. You know what I mean? Even I have to work on that because, sometimes, hey, look, man, sometimes that when I look at that chicken, I see that T-bone steak, man. I be like, man, I'm about to tear this thing up. You know what I mean? But, I'm working
Yeah.
on that. And I land.
Yeah. And then speaking on that too, man, if you're not eating right, you can't be thinking right.
Facts.
So as strong as a mind that a person can have, you can eat the wrong things and then not be able to have a good train of thought. So, you know, doing with like the whole government shutdown and things like that, I think the best part that we can take out of it is a healthier diet. Because, just to be honest, a lot of people be having a lot of seafood boils, man. You know how much money it costs to make a seafood boil? This is just overdoing it. Now, if you got it like that, and if you really don't care about other people eating, then hey, by all means, go ahead and have your seafood boils. But for those who are trying to be more connected and compatible with natural things, and those who do care about other people, eating, and we're willing to share some of the stuff we got to help those who are gonna be in need, then you know we'll take it like this.
Yeah, because
And Key,
OTK
and you know
mentioned
it's also, oh, go ahead, T Regular, my back. I was partner. Go ahead, bro.
yeah, OTK, because you mentioned, how you feel sorry for certain individuals, and that when you said that, right, what entered my mind is one of the articles that we were reading the other day on Brother Nasir's stream. You know, the 500,000 government workers aren't getting a check right now. Like what?
Dog, they like in food bank lines, bro. Did you see
Like,
the rest of the story? Now
like,
what's happening to them?
yeah,
Like they
it's like
got
who?
disintegrated to nothing.
Like yeah, it's almost like, okay, so if these government workers aren't working, okay, 500,000 people aren't working, are what about their rent? Is the whole court system and the establishment, you're going to evict all of these people because they haven't paid their rent, but they work for you?
They were
So is there
so
is there going to be?
are these the SNAP program workers also?
Yeah,
Is this why SNAP is shutting down because they don't have no workers? See, now you getting to it, Kino. Yo,
yeah.
Yeah, yeah, it's a lot more than what's meeting the eye. And if the people can't be properly informed, and the people can't be properly prepared. So we gotta be able to break these conversations and situations down so that we can be able to see the play. Because long as they can keep you blinded and keep other things on your mind and not be on track of what's actually taking place, or what type of plans and plots that they got, then there's no way that it can be stopped. You see what I'm
and
saying?
let
And
me
we're
and let me tell y'all a big problem too. Oh, my bad, Key. My bad, Key. You know how you be pausing and shit, yo, smooth ass. You be pausing. My fault.
you good. I was just gonna say, the people gotta realize that we're in an abusive relationship, and we gotta take this relationship more serious than our personal relationships, because our personal relationships ain't gonna never be right when we in a abusive relationship with the person who's supposed to be in care of us. But actually, that's an illusion, because we're in care of ourselves. Like I said, they taking our tax money pay for SNAP benefits. So who says the government get to shut it down? Now, if the government was shut down, that meant no taxes shouldn't be taken out of nobody's check next week. So that would bring a balance back. That would make more people more able to help people with food, but they greedy, they parasite, they want it
Big
all
facts.
and nothing
Big
less.
facts. If it's not no federal workers, how are they taking taxes out?
Facts.
So now, who is this money going to? Like you said earlier, who is this money going to now? Because now you're talking about cutting damn near $1 million deficit or more, bro, by not handing out these things. You feel me? Correct? I know it's way higher than that, but I'm just using that category. Shit, that shit might be in the billions when we all look at it when it's all said and done. But you know what I mean? I just used a million.
No, no, you're
So
right. You're right.
Yeah, you right.
go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
You right. You right, bro. I'm with you on that. And then it's a slap in the face for them to come tell us that ain't no government workers getting paid, but the military get paid now. So I don't see no huge. Where's the huge threat to where we need the military? Obviously, we ain't fighting no other country if we got the military in the United States and all these cities trying to clean up crime. That mean they ain't got shit else to do. So why the hell is we forking this $130 million that some mysterious person paid the other day to these people if we're not in no serious threat? This should be the fucking volunteer work right here. This should be the
Correct.
volunteer work.
Correct. And let me tell y'all another Jew too, man. And you know, I I'm into politics, for you already know around my neighborhood, bro. I'm running for a seat soon. You know what I mean? I
Mm.
believe in state, I believe in community, county, politics, not federal, but state, because you literally can dictate what happens in your state. You know what I mean? So and I'm glad Big Dog understand where I'm coming from. Shout out to Big Dog, Philly OG, my OG. But check this out, bro. You notice all of these countries that we put these tariffs on, we letting them come here to build a business now. So what we force them to do is come here and build your business. That's the only way you can get away from the tariffs. But by them doing that, this is what's happening in the mix, bro. They making room.
Mm.
Facts.
Mm.
They making
You know,
room.
that's crazy what you just said, right? Right? Because that is what's happening in a business capitalistic sense. You know, the businessman is thinking, okay, well, since now I had my company abroad, now I could bring it back here. But when you're gonna bring it back here, look, check this out now. You know, your workers now is gonna be computerized here. Still low cutting and effing the
Still low
people out of the deal because you're thinking about productivity, you're thinking about the profit margin, and I'm not going to hire these people here when I've got machinery and technology here. So that right there, what you bring into the table right there, OTK, that's some serious stuff right there, bro.
Yeah, we gotta pay attention. We gotta pay attention. I stay in tune with this, man. I work right hand with the state house representative of South Carolina, who's in Columbia. You know what I mean? Columbia trickles down from the federal government, from from DC. You feel me? So I'm in the loop. So if it's happening in the South, I know it's happening in major cities, but on a whole nother level.
Facts.
You know what I mean? But on a whole nother level, and they not even understanding what's going on.
Right.
It was a reason why they opened the borders. They opened the borders, so it was all strategic, y'all. I'm just telling y'all, man.
Mm.
And it was strategic, and I don't even know. Uh, maybe one of y'all brothers can tell me, bro. But dog, all I know is that when things get hostile, it's war, and with war come casualties, bro. And right now they putting the American in a position to where he can become a casualty
Yeah. Yeah.
to make room for the non-American.
Yeah. I was
You
going to
you
ask
know
you
what
a
I mean?
look, I was going to
Go
ask you a
ahead.
question, OTK, right? Because I asked Philly OG this, right? And the question is this: do you think that, let's just say, for an example, right, we flushed the whole system out, right? Like all the people, all the Congress, everyone got to go, and replace them with people like yourself, very in tuned, very, divinely guided. You're not looking for greed per se. You want to actually do the right thing. You want to be righteous. Do you think that if we're able to do that, flush the whole system out and replace them with really good people that are going to do the right thing, do you think that this system will work?
Man, boy, I feel two different ways about that. On my side, I will say yes. I will say yes, and that means, dog. You know what I mean? Hey, we on one accord. We know we came here to do. You know what I mean? But on the other hand, bro, I feel like Big Dog Philly OG. Like at the end of the day, even getting in that, if you get too deep, they gonna push your hand. You feel me? So we will have to reorganize the whole structure. That means everybody got to go. No more Black Caucus. That shit needs to get re-innovated. You know what I mean? I'm telling you, bro, that if we literally do that from the ground up, yes. But dog, if we still got these other places in play, just say like me. Me and my peoples them around here, dog. We get together and we put people we get people elected in the place. You feel me? Long as they on that state level, bro, they uncompromised. But
Right.
when they go federal, bro, they start to get a little compromise. You understand what I'm saying, bro?
I know exactly what you mean. I know exactly what you mean.
So that's why I agree with Big Dog Philly, and that's why I got my own opinion about it, and that's why I say, man, just stay local, stay state. You could do a whole lot more local.
More with it, right?
Yeah,
And then
but check it though, bro.
Mhm.
Being local, you will change your state faster than being federal. Just think, one of me in every county inside your goddamn. If you had an alderman or a councilman like me and all them boys, y'all got a system. Like, this is what we rolling off of. Dog, when we disagree on something, we keeping that shit in house. We gonna find out a resolution, and then this is what we gonna do. If you do that, bro, state to state, county to county, city to city, that is more powerful than the feds. Because the state don't have to follow the federal rule all the time. And how we know this, marijuana is legal everywhere by the federal, but it's not legal here in South Carolina, bro.
Right.
So that lets you know the state is separate from the federal.
From the feds,
It's certain instances where they want federal funding.
On the state level, you know, we can make
ahead,
we can make significant changes on the state level. I got a friend, man, he's city councilman over here. He trying to move further in this thing, but it's just the federal level, you know, is taking the direction of the country. But I don't see nothing. I don't see nothing wrong with us, you know, helping the community out on the state level, you know, because there's a lot of cities and states that's losing funding because people who are in position and power in those states are stealing the money, not using the money for what the money need to be used for. So I think on that level, yes. But when I think about the direction that this world is going in, I think that we have to break that whole federal connection because this is what's connected.
Well, if you control your state, bro, you can control the federal.
Well,
who pays the federal government?
I'm gonna say to the point to where, you know, we cause so many problems to where we don't want to comply until they bring the military in on us. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but see, now when you're talking about the military, the military really ain't federalized. The military is only ran by the commander in chief, which is the president. That's his own separate entity. Now, when you deal with the CIA and the FBI, those are your federal agencies. You understand? Congress, the Senate. But go ahead, bro.
But what I'm saying is, these the people who gonna have their connections with the United Nations, the Vatican, the people who putting forth a new world order. They not gonna go off script. I mean,
do we need them? Do we need them?
But having them over us is gonna make us subject to them.
Yeah, but so what I'm saying is, bro, do we need any other country besides America?
No.
Do we need any other country for anything, bro?
We don't. But that's what I'm saying. We have to break that what's over us. See, right now, if say we take over, say we was all in the same state,
and we take over the state.
See, that'll be good for us and our state. But then once we keep bucking the system, then the system gon' delete us because we
Yeah,
go
but see, you don't buck the system. You don't buck the system. You
but
learn the system. You learn the system that they put at hand. You learn that, and then you find out ways how to bring it back home and find those loopholes within that system. And now you reorganize the system. That's how we will get the feds out. Because once your state goes, dog, all the other states gonna start joining along. All the other, you know what I mean? If you start from your city or your county, the rest of the state gonna start going on. This is why today we have red state, blue states. It's
fact. So I got a
because
question.
people. Yeah, go ahead, bro.
I
Go
got a
ahead, bro.
question.
Yeah, go
So
ahead.
say with this digital ID thing, now do you think we'll be able to, if we was controlling the state, do you think we'll be able to be the only state or the only 5 or 10 states that don't go along with the digital ID system? This is where it get tricky because
So the
everything
state,
is yeah.
so that ID is federal. That's not a state ID, correct?
But yep, that's correct.
Okay, then. So if we're not dealing with the feds at all, and we only dealing with our state, we don't need that ID. You don't even need a license. Dog, as long as you got insurance on your car today in South Carolina, bro, you ain't got no license. Them niggas tell you, man, go ahead and drive that car, man. Get home safe, man.
Yeah, I
You know
see
what I
that.
mean,
I
dog?
see that. But what I'm
So what is
saying is,
insurance? What is insurance provided by? That's federal.
yeah. But see, the whole thing is they're
Uh-huh.
trying to get the digital ID so they can keep track of everything and everybody. So now the Fed's gonna be saying, well, we got this state, South Carolina, man. They don't want to do the digital thing. Our whole thing is to be able to. Our whole thing
Yeah.
with doing this is just so we can keep track of everything. This is what's
Well,
going
that digital ID ain't per se to keep track of everybody. It's to keep track of the money.
everything.
No, the
Everything.
money,
Yeah,
bro. All
the
they care about
money,
is how much money you make and you pay your taxes. They don't give a fuck about nothing else unless you in a union type job or something like that. Now, if you
no,
in a
I'm not
union type
disagreeing
job,
with you. I'm not disagreeing with you.
no,
I'm saying
I
that's
know,
a part. I'm
bro. I
saying
know,
that's
bro.
a major part of it. I'm getting there. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? That's a
Okay, my
major
bad.
part of it. But the other shit gonna connect to that too, because when they're getting into this digital ID system, socially, how you recognize socially gonna be on there too. What type of person are you? Are you a felon? Okay, this person a felon. So instead of them having a red flag, it's gonna be a red light on your digital ID. We gonna know, okay, now we know he a felon. Okay, now you're not gonna be able to skip out on payments that you owe. You're not gonna be able to owe the court no more or owe bills and all that type of stuff. See, that's what they was trying to do to introduce to get people to Bitcoin anyway, to get people on the digital dollar so that they can trap the money. But everything's happening all at the same time. So they gonna trick us with getting us to feel like, okay, if I look at this one-sided, then I'm gonna lose on the other side because they only got one agenda. This was gonna make it to where you considered a U.S. citizen or not. Just like they saying, yo, our IDs ain't really valid. If you ain't got the real ID, then your old ID not even valid no more. They not even considering you a citizen at this point. So my thing with what we was on would be, um, are they gonna be willing to sacrifice these states and say, well, fuck it, we just gonna keep moving. We gonna let Oklahoma, Texas, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Alabama just do their own thing, and we gonna keep going with it. See, it depends on their mindset on that. You see what I'm saying? I just don't think that them being the parasites that they are, that they gonna be willing to do that. Cause now that takes them away from paying taxes. Or will we just say, hey, let us just keep paying y'all taxes so y'all don't make us go digital? Or you see what I'm saying? It's all on them. And if they are overhead and they got most of the power, they got most of the money, they got control of the military, we're limited on what we can and cannot do and cooperate with. You see what I'm saying?
Mm.
because we're
I
still under the construct. My bad, T. Reed, you got it.
No. I was just gonna add, look, the conversation so far. I'm liking what I'm hearing. You know what I'm saying? This is very, very intellectual. Without the ruckus, and then for both of you, right? You deserve a bomb.
Oh yeah, valuable info, man. Valuable info. But I do see, like I said, I got a few alderman friends. I know some people who uh uh work in government. You know what I mean? And on a state level, we need those individuals to see that things are being handled correctly while we're still in this system. But the main goal or the main idea that we should be seeking is to collapse this whole thing so that way we can take a deep breath in. We ain't got to worry about the top of the house falling on us if we want to move some of our blocks around. You see, do that make sense?
No, it makes sense. I understand what you're
We
looking at.
can go back and we can set up a system, but I just think this system's working fine. I don't think that this system is broken in any way. And I don't think that we're gonna be able to fix it as a whole because of so much corruption and so much pollution that's within this system. But on the other hand, we're still living and breathing today. So
Right.
having some people on our side on the state level will actually help as well. But we just got to be able to jump in, jump out, balance it, take shit when we need it to do the things that we need done that's going to help us out on this state level, and then be able to dodge the hijack from the federal level at the same time. You know what I'm saying?
Right. My bad, Key Northful. I know you wasn't disagreeing with me, bro. We just having a conversation, bro. I don't want you to
Yeah,
think that I thought you was disagreeing with me. You know what I mean? We just bringing other aspects, you know what
that's
I
a
mean,
fact.
about it, like the other questions that people might ask. You know what I'm saying? So don't ever think that, you know what I mean, I'm ever going against you or no none of that, man. You know.
Oh, no, that was
Yeah.
fire though. That was fire what you brought because I don't want people to think that they shouldn't try to get in positions of government. You know what I mean? And I know that's gonna sound ironic coming from me because people gonna say, "Well, I thought you didn't believe in the government." Well, things don't happen at the snap of a finger. We got to get out of this microwave way of thinking. Oh, as soon as we get in
Right.
government, then boom, like no, that's gonna take a little of the load off. We got
Mm-hmm.
inverted into this thing, so we're gonna have to invert our way up out of it. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean?
I mean,
So,
who's making the state laws every day, bro? The government, correct?
right.
So if we're trying to change something, don't we need to be involved with the changing?
I definitely think we need our
Just
people to
saying,
we need our
that
people
makes
to be
sense.
to be on all levels of the game. Like we need people in the
Mm-hmm.
school system. Uh we need people in the school system. We need people in the government.
Facts.
We need people in the
Facts.
medical system because the majority of our people still gonna be in there. But if we got people in there who
Facts.
really looking out for the people and not just going along with it, I'm gonna even
Uh-huh.
we need people who in these churches so they can
Mm-hmm.
bring this style of teaching to the type of shit we be on when we on these panels and get them off that kindergarten level that they on with the spiritual
Correct.
system. So we need
Correct.
people in every aspect. I just
Every
can't
action.
say put everything because when we wake up tomorrow, all of us breathing the same pools of air, drinking and sleep and bathing in the same pools and water. We eating the same fake pools and food, and we all gotta pay bills. Like, and
Uh-huh.
try to find a way to sustain ourselves because we're still in this false matrix system.
Correct. So check it, Keynote and this is how me and Big Dog Philly OG really met. Because I was like, man, I love politics, man. I'm in the politics and woo, woo, woo. But and come to find out later on, you know what I mean, after we kept talking, he always give me respect. Like, you know what I mean? I say fuck voting and all this right here. But I tell him if change is supposed to happen, don't it starts with the vote on the local level?
Uh, now as far as the voting, now I would say for the like once again for the people who trying to get in and just do some things on their local level, that's cool. But just the reason why I don't really participate is because I seen the end of the movie. I know at the end of the day, after we get through with all this, it's gonna be if you ain't got this chip, you ain't gonna be able to buy or sell. They trying to exile you from this country. You're not considered a citizen no more. You know what I'm saying? Because the beast system, the beast got a whole nother idea that's not the mind of the carnal man. They dealing with a hive. We dealing with a hive mind of individuals on this country operating through secret societies who are basically trying to raise our idea of hell on earth. This is why we got all the backwards shit going on now. This is why these babies running around here unaliving each other. This is why we can't get two genders of the same sex to even date each other, to even be able to produce any babies anymore. See, it's something else going on that the eye can't see. You gotta have that the two eyes can't see. The first eye gotta see these things was happening. So that's why I just give my
I
stance,
love that. I love that. I love that, bro. Go
Yes,
ahead,
sir.
bro. Go ahead, bro. I'm just uh yeah, saying I love that. I love that. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah, but
I
it's
don't know
but
if
we
my mic is my mic too loud, bro.
oh no, nah, you good, bro.
No, you good,
Okay.
OTK. You good.
Uh man. But every time me and T Riggles come in and we in the background like hell yeah, bro. You know what I mean? You always stop.
Because I be wanting to make sure because sometimes I'll just be so long winded, man. And
It's
so
your show though. It's
oh
your
yeah,
show, bro.
oh yeah, it's
You
just
got the right. You got the right to be long winded. You feel
oh
Facts.
me?
yeah, oh yeah. I be doing the strings, man, while I just go in. But when there's people on the
Mm,
panel, so when I hear something, I'm gonna stop. You know what I mean? Because
yeah.
I got the panels where I just go in and make the room dark and just start talking. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I seen a post. I said, "Damn!" My dog say, you know, we about to go spend time with the family. You know what I mean? But it's about to be more live shows coming up. I was like, "All right, that's what's up, Key." I just seen that post today, so when I saw you was coming live today, I was like, "That's what's up, man." You know what I mean, dog? It takes dedication and I know you've been out here, bro, and you done interviewed some famous damn people, bro, and for you to get down to a lower level like with brothers like me, you know what I mean? I appreciate you. I'm just letting you know, bro. I appreciate you. I shared out your show on my side, all that. So I hope some of my peoples them tuned in. That's why I hit the panel too. So hopefully they tune in too, man. And I appreciate you, man. And T Wriggles. Definitely. I appreciate y'all brothers. For real,
Hey
for
man,
real.
I appreciate both of y'all too, man. I appreciate all the people in the chat. We got to be able to come together and put these think tanks together because otherwise, it's so much that's been put out there for us to make our own conclusions on things outside of ourselves. And like we say, these people are very strategic to the way they do things. So there's a lot of separation. They flipped the 6 degrees of separation on us. The 6 degrees of separation was supposed to work for us, and that's why I put my time and energy into having these type of conversations. That way we can flip the table, spin the table around, turn the table, and put the 6 degrees, the situation of separation, back to use for us. That's gonna keep us separated from those people who don't acquire the same mind, but also who don't acquire the same needs. See, we start building with people who don't need the same things as us. So when they get down to the end game, they separate because they like, oh, well, I didn't need this. No way. Nah, I agree with you on this. So, I kind of try to stop a lot of agree to disagree type panels because that's keeping us in a chain too. So I definitely appreciate being able to build. You could tell me some things and then I could say, you know what? I gotta be real with myself first. So when I hear something from somebody and it sound right to me, and I know I didn't really know, now I gotta replace the lie with the truth. And a lot of our people are not able to do that today because of
Mm.
pride. Nobody wants to be like they don't know nothing. I'm a student as well as a teacher. That's what makes a great
Big
teacher
facts. A
and a great
master
student.
student. I'm a master
Yeah.
student, bro. Where
Mhm.
I learned something from everybody. I even learned something from dummies. How not to be a dummy. So I learned from everybody, bro. Good word. A master student is one of the best teachers out here because he don't even know he teaching. He
Yeah,
don't even know he teaching.
real talk.
I want to ask y'all, man. So, I mean, man. So, do y'all really think, man, these people gonna try to? I know I'm gonna give my answer now. I'm gonna say yes, 100%. So, man, on the first, man, when these food stamps ain't on it, what's today? The 27th. So on the first, when these food stamps don't hit these cards, man, uh, y'all think the people really gonna pull these heists? Before, so look, so they've been showing this how strategic these people are, and I gotta just laugh at it, not because I'm happy for what they doing. I'm just laughing because I'm like, damn, y'all good, man. So they start showing these heists. Y'all didn't see these videos of all these teenagers supposedly going in, breaking in there, getting this jewelry out these jewelry stores and going in different places, stealing stuff. Y'all didn't see that they just started doing that last month and the month before.
Nah, bro, you got the clips? Show us, man. We can get into more conversation with that. Nah, you got the clips?
I think I had to find them, man. T. Rickles, you didn't see that one where they went into the jewelry
Nah.
store, man, and you know, cracked the cases open, man.
Nah, the only thing I saw was the Atlanta, the water boys, they call them. Like they're like teenagers or young ones are selling water and able to scam people out of their Cash App money, be able to withdraw all their money out of their Cash App. I don't know how they do it,
Mm.
but that was the latest thing I saw.
Yeah. But these right here, man,
Well,
was
Atlanta is also the home of the credit card scam. Remember now, during the time when all these rappers started blowing up, when Atlanta became the hub of all these Amigos and Rich Homie Quan and all that, they had a big credit card scam going on.
oh
Mm,
yeah,
I didn't know
oh
Remember?
that.
yeah.
Come on, yeah, they did, bro. They had a
This,
big credit card scam going on during that time. Go ahead.
this video right here, man, was kind of just showing how they went in and they were successful with this heist. So a lot of the people that we seeing on social media who making videos saying, if my food stamps don't be in there, I'm going to take my stuff. Y'all ain't gonna be able to, contain me at the door. I'm gonna have my uncles with me, and you know what I'm saying. Just the predictive programming, man, the spiritual programming they doing with these videos. And this AI is getting dangerous, man. Me and T. Riggles was checking some of that out last night, man. And you can't even tell. You gonna look at the video and say, what's fake in it? But everything's fake. The whole video's fake. So if they can keep making these videos and stuff like that, and then bring forth the real life situations to where these things have to take place.
You
That's
need
a
to show
huge
that,
major
bro.
problem because I seen
You
this with
need to show
GPS.
that, bro. You need to show that, bro.
I,
Oh,
I
the
ain't set up. I really ain't set up to do no
Yeah.
videos right now
Cause
because
I was on that AI heavy. When I
yeah,
first was starting my channel, dog, I was showing people the robots that was debating, singing songs. I was showing them how people was uploading themselves to computers. So after they gone, they still live, and the computer was reading all the books off the web and all of this. I mean, when the lady moved, dog, this is a computer AI now. The AI eyes moved to follow her. So she was like, "Well, damn. Well, let me ask you this question." And she asked him a question, and I swear this AI came up with an answer all of his own, bro.
mm. Well,
Word,
yeah, because I
word.
showed
See, y'all go to Robotics, ALGO Botics. Dog, this dude right here is one of the ones who was out here first letting them know how bad AI is gonna be in the future. He been out since like I started watching him like 3, 4 years ago, bro. And I'm telling you, man, the brother got some serious shows on that channel, and they all real. That's all
yeah,
I
because I
can
was
say. They all real.
yeah I was
Algobotics,
showing
man.
I was showing key that VEO3 trailer, where someone's going to have to actually come up with AI software because there's no way that you'll be able to tell that what you're looking at is all AI generated. Like there's no way for you to tell. So that's another stream, you know what I'm saying? For like, oh, okay. If you don't mind,
yeah.
right? If you don't mind right now, I just need 5 seconds, to pay homage for my man real quick. A lot of babies were made, during this time. You feel me? Whoa, this is the video.
Oh yeah. This came out last month.
Hey, thank you, Key. Thank you. Appreciate you. Hey, go ahead, pay your homage, bro. Pay your homage.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
T
man. Because
Riggles. Yeah.
yeah, because a lot of babies were made, man, and all we're gonna do is just a quick 5 seconds, man. You know what I'm saying, to pay homage to my man's. That's all we needed right there. You know what I mean? That's my man D'Angelo, man. You know what I
He
mean? Much
died.
love to you. Huh?
He died.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Damn, I know D'Angelo died.
Yeah, man. It messed me up, man. Like I was reading the article and I started playing some of the music, and then for some reason, man, I got the knot in my throat. You know what I'm saying? I fought it off though. You know what I'm saying? Because I was listening to this song right here. You know what I mean? How does it feel? And it
Yeah.
just was just like,
Man, I made my son off of want some of your brown sugar.
yeah,
No
see?
bullshit, dog. I
See?
listened to that whole CD, dog. That whole album right there, man.
Yeah,
Hey,
man.
listen, man. I made my son off of it, and right now to this day, my son loved D'Angelo.
Man.
Yeah, that was one of the videos right there, man. And
Play it back, Key, and
Yeah, play
play
back,
it
Key.
back,
Play back,
Key,
play
and,
back, yeah.
and then throw some input on it while you playing it back, Key.
oh yeah,
Yeah, throw some input on it.
let me see. Okay, let me
So it
see.
is a. Oh no, that's the whale one right there. You got to go back one
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I
and
gotta
skip
go back. Yeah, and
Yeah.
I ain't gonna do the audio.
Oh, okay, okay,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
you can
yeah.
talk
Yeah,
about it though. You can
yeah,
talk
yeah.
about it.
Yeah, I'm gonna talk about it. Yeah, they just been messing with me, man, on a whole nother level. So
Yeah, you monetize.
nah, not right now, but I'm trying to get my monetization back up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so the only time they mess with you and give you copyright strikes, they never strike your show. The only time they gonna strike your show, dog, is when you become monetized. If you're not monetized, I don't give a fuck what you do. Excuse me, I don't give a damn what you do. They only gonna copyright strike you. Like if you
Yeah,
show some shit and shit like that. So it's only a
yeah,
strike, and that video would not be present to anybody no more.
yeah. I'm just gonna stay away from the videos because I can't even share y'all videos on my posts. YouTube is asking me to
What's
make a
up?
YouTube is asking me to make a video, a 6-second video every time I want to post somebody else's video on my channel now. So I ain't been
No,
able to talk about it, but I'm kind of moving away. I'm moving for a reason, man. They took
I
my
go.
they took my monetization after I hit 1.8 million views on a short that I put together. So they've
Right,
been
right,
asking me
right.
to make these videos. That's why I kept saying, "Hey, I ain't turning my camera on. I ain't showing where I'm at. I ain't showing my face." You know what I'm saying? Because I know about the type of shit that I'm talking about. And bro, I did a video. They got on my video. I did a video and left the video up. People calling me saying the video ain't right. So YouTube actually use AI to revoice my video. The video didn't stay like I put it. They left the video up, but they went in and fucked with the voice. So you couldn't hear what the video was saying. It was talking about the government. So it's kind of like some other shit going on, not to really get too deep off into it, but I kind of got like a little plan in my head of how I should play it out though.
Bet, bet. So
But-
when you on YouTube, bro, and you showing the video, go to
yeah,
your settings and speed it up or either slow it down. So now it's not no longer the exact same. You remember back in the day when motherfuckers used to do beats?
yeah,
And all they needed
yeah.
to do was slow the beat down or another thing
Nah,
into
that
the
work.
beat.
There work. But see, I'm in the process of
Word.
putting these content cribs together. So I'm finna do something totally different. The way I got this shit
Oh,
set up
okay.
right now, it's just temporary, yeah. So I ain't gonna even really
And
put
make
too
sure you
much
got a
push
banner
into it.
up. Make sure you keep a banner up that says fair use, bro. Make you a
Right.
banner that go across the bottom of the screen, fair use. And in the section of this right here, article, boom, section of this. Boy, when you
Yeah.
become monetized, it's a whole nother level, bro.
Yeah. And then too, I wanna
Because
go
now
all digital.
monetization, man, we need to explain this to people. When you go monetize, that means that YouTube now has to cut you a check from your shows, your views, and all of that.
Right. Right. And you got to pay the people who video you using. But I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I hate showing videos when I'm on a podcast because I'm here for the conversation. You know, the things that's on my mind, and you know what I'm saying. Now, what I do want to do is implicate the visibility. So that's why I'm doing the content house thing. But when I'm doing the videos, and once I get to doing too many videos, I'll be ready to fall asleep myself. You know what I'm saying? So I just hate the video thing, man. Now, if it's necessary, I
And they'll
do it.
strike you for having music in the background, like certain
Music in
people
the
music.
background.
Yeah,
Yeah, bro.
bro. Yeah,
So I
bro.
just
They
I
got
just
strict
totally
rules.
stay
So did you
away from it.
go through that training class, bro? Go through that training class that they got. If you go in your YouTube studios, go in
Yeah,
that training class. I went through that training class. That shit take all warnings, all strikes off you and everything. And now you know how they rolling because that
oh
shit
man,
explains everything, bro. They got a training
yeah.
class on
I got
YouTube, on
so many
StreamYard for
strikes,
that.
so many warnings, and so many strikes that it's kind of heightened my level up. like on the YouTube streets, I'm considered armed and dangerous and shit. Literally, this is crazy. You know what I'm saying? So,
Right, and that's why you don't. That's why they don't push you through the algorithm.
right. But see,
The
my
only
thing
time
is,
you get pushed through the algorithm is somebody come on here and share your life
right,
because they are in the algorithm. Like me, I shared your life. I'm always in the algorithm because of my name, OTK. You know what
right,
I mean? You know what I'm
right.
saying? So
And
I'm
been
always in
pushing
the
me too,
algorithm.
man. That's been pushing me, even though they doing the restrictions. But just my style of the show, how I started, man, that just be in me, and I actually wait till I got something to talk about, and then I'm just boom, boom, boom. Then when I got other people on the panel, I feel like that conversation just be more, you know what I'm saying, to where I just don't really show a lot of videos. I'm probably gonna get back into that once I get the studio set up and everything. But my thing be them conversations, man. Get everybody
Man.
involved in the conversation. And because I'm thinking radio too. A lot of people listen to this at work.
And work
So
and be riding,
yeah,
right, and be
yeah.
riding and they
And
listen to it
then
and they can't see things. They got to go back later and watch it so they can see the actual documents being pulled up. I understand what you're saying.
yeah.
Right.
So I
Hey,
just
but
be like,
Key, man, my phone about to go dead.
yeah,
Because I'm on the screen, but I'm
okay.
gonna continue watching, bro. I'm gonna charge my phone up for a second. If you still live, I would definitely. You know what I mean? Definitely, man. Peace to T Wriggles, peace to you, peace to the chat. You know what I mean? Um, man, let's set up a day, bro, that you want me to come through and not teach, just give some information, man. You know what I
Oh
mean?
yeah.
I love if you let me come through and do that, bro.
Yeah, I hit me, man. You got my number. Text
Man, I'm
me.
gonna get it from Big Dog.
Okay. Okay, that's a
I get
bit.
it from Big Dog because you ain't never hit me. You got the number from Big Dog, but you ain't never hit me up, bro.
I never got it from him, man. I was waiting on him to send it to me too. So I probably just need to.
You muted, Key. You muted.
Yeah, mute. You
Yeah.
you
Oh
went
yeah,
on
I'll,
mute, bro.
I'll shoot you. I'll get it from OG, and I'll
Okay.
shoot you a text, bro.
Yeah, man, and
Yeah.
that way me and you can talk, and that'll let me know what you want me to come in and do a bill on, bro. When we dealing with this American, Indian American Aboriginal, we been here, we from here, we ain't going nowhere, we ain't come here. Um,
That's a bit.
you know what I'm talking
That's
about.
a bit.
I definitely come through, man. Appreciate you, appreciate
Yeah,
T
I can
Wriggles, I
come through with
appreciate the
baby.
chat. Word, man. And in case ain't nobody told y'all today, man, OTK love y'all, bro. For real. In the chat, man. I love y'all.
Much
In case
love,
ain't
bro.
nobody told y'all that, man. Peace.
Peace and power.
Peace.
Oh yeah. Yeah, man. So that video that I showed right there, they did that a month ago now,
Mm.
right? And then they this was the heist they had, right? The video that I just showed, and now they just had another jewelry heist. See, it's all subconsciousness, right? So here go this other jewelry heist that just happened the other day. They just putting on people's mind about going to take what they want.
Yeah.
And now it's past taking what you want. We done got down and now taking what you need. You
Hmm.
know. And here's the next one. I want to see. Nah, there's just somebody talking about it right there. But from the first video, we kind of see where it's going with the heist thing. So to put the people in a position to where they're now gonna be without something that they're gonna need because they didn't have the proper time to prepare for it. That's the thing that's bothering me. A lot of people getting incarcerated, or people getting hurt about something that we don't even have to be in this position about. We ain't talking about the government being shut down, and the only thing that's shut down is the food stamps. Ain't nothing else shut down. We still got to pay bills, taxes still getting taken out. The workers ain't getting paid, and people ain't getting no food stamps. But other than that, everything else is still going. What's your take on that?
Yeah, what was the other? What was the? We know the passport agencies are still open. Police forces are still going. What was else was I can't remember, but I can't remember what I read yesterday. But yeah, yeah, that's crazy. But just looking at the videos, of TikTok, you know, and seeing what everyone was saying, there was probably three brothers and like six, seven sisters on, having their reactions. And some of the reactions from some of this, some of the women were like, uh, you know, I got an uncle, that, that is about that life. You had those type of reactions, and then you had the other ones where the sister was like, the sister said the same thing we were saying. It was no, this is a test run. They're going, they're controlling you, and da 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 da. And then you had the brothers saying, "Hey man, yeah, you got to cut this thing back on because it's Thanksgiving, Christmas down the line." So a lot of opinions and views on this whole government shutdown. But as I'm still going to stand, I bet you this shutdown wouldn't happen if the congressmen and senators weren't getting paid on the government shutdown. I bet you they would come to a solution to the whole thing. It wouldn't have taken this long. And I land.
I totally agree with you on that. You know, and that's what letting us know it's a play happening
Hmm.
because they're still getting paid. There is no government shutdown. It's just a shortage on something that they know people gonna need.
Hmm.
Let's get them roused up. Let's see what they gonna do.
Hmm.
You know, they start talking about Trump building a super prison with alligators on the outside of it. All of these things are, we got to read between the lines to know what's actually taking place here. Because they know that they got people who not going to comply with what they want. These are like light threats, is what they are. Light threats. So in order to combat that, if we looking at the only thing that's shut down, we gotta. Well, first of all, if we were more sustainable as far as feeding ourselves, we wouldn't be working so damn hard anyway. If we had the majority of the food we need at the house, learn how to make all the condiments, and then get you a couple cows and some chickens. Everybody can't do that, but the person with the land can do that. I know if I live in an apartment and I got an auntie or uncle who got some land and shit, well, damn, I gotta go to the grocery store anyway. Shit, chicken's cheap as hell. Let me start putting more of my time into coming to your house, your yard, because guess what? This the family food. We gotta have that mindset. We gotta start thinking like that.
Facts.
Everybody's so individual. Nobody's really thinking. Everybody's saying, well, shit, I gotta put food in my house. I gotta pay my bills. I gotta do this. I gotta do that. Ain't nobody thinking and saying, well, shit, if I get these chickens and I get these cows, I know my auntie got 15 acres over here. I know how to do a little bit of gardening. Let me get my cousin and let me get my sister and let's go and put this together so now we can start focusing on how to sustain ourselves. But when they got you at work 40 hours a week, and it ain't but within the week, It ain't but 60 hours worth a day in the week. But then they lie to you and they tell you that it's 48, that it's 24 hours in a day. That's a lie. Because if it was 24 hours in a day, then where the nighttime hours go?
Yeah.
They got people working all day, all night. You know, it's just a mental thing. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, man, that was just some of the things I started to think about when I thought about what's happening and some of the solutions that we can take to try to combat what's happening. And shit, man, time flies when you having fun, man. We going on the 4 hour mark.
Are you serious?
Yeah, man. We going
Wow.
on the 4 hour mark. It's almost 7 over here. So uh yeah, man, I do want to get out of here. And we may possibly come back. I'm gonna see what's going on, man. Yeah, if you want to close out or you got some final statements, don't rush, bro. I just, it's I didn't realize that much time took place.
I didn't realize it either. And look, brother, you know what I'm saying? I know, I know it's the same old, but for today's stream and thanks for reading the articles, you know what I mean, gave us some more insight, to the shutdown here and the birds that they're knocking down with the stones, with one stone that they got. For that, Key, you gotta get one.
Oh yeah, salute. And you know what? I'm going to go ahead and hit this last one before I get out of here. I had it pulled up, man. So we might as well get to it. It's here. It's
Mm.
basically let me see which one is this, right? Yeah, the brother OTK, shout out to him. But man, that conversation was definitely part of the title because we're gonna have to get back to um, just a natural way of living so that we can be able to sustain ourselves. That way we won't have to worry about um being in this type of situation that we're in because they only have one agenda. It's not like they're gonna consider anything that we're talking about. They're gonna make us think our voice count. They're gonna make us think our ideas count. But when your idea ain't going along with this new world order agenda to bring forth the resurrection of this beast system across this earth, then all that shit goes out the window, man.
Mm-hmm.
So this article says Trump administration posts notice that no federal food aid will go out November 1st. The U.S. Department of Agriculture has posted a notice on its website saying federal food aid will not go out on November 1st. And I think I read this one, right? Okay, this is what I wanted to do. One second. I wanted to go back to this because OTK brought this up. And shout out to bro for bringing that up. Government shutdown drags on as healthcare compromise remains elusive. So what he did was he made me want to go back and read this again because they being very contradictory about the reasoning for the shutdown. So I'm gonna read their words once again. To hear party leaders talk, the seventh day of the government shutdown sounded a lot like the first. Democrats are seeking negotiations on expiring healthcare subsidies, while Republicans say they won't discuss it or any other policy until the government reopens. The two sides are also offering starkly different visions of the Affordable Care Act and how to deal with the expanded premium assistance that will soon expire for millions of people. Democrats want the aid extended, while Republicans insist the subsidized healthcare system is broken and must be cut back. Democrats' position has not changed, says Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer. We want the same thing that a majority, an overwhelming majority of Americans want, which is to end this shutdown and halt the healthcare crisis that will send premiums spiking for tens of millions of people. House Speaker Mike Johnson met with Senate Republicans on Tuesday and said the party is 100% united, which he said is a good place to be in. It's unclear how the embassy will end. And see, that just I just wanted to reconfirm because there's a lot of contradictory statements that's being made of while there's a shutdown. And I just found it in the conversation. It's about the healthcare, but this got to do with my immigrants. The Republicans are saying that, this shit broken. We need to fix it before we move forward with any further. And the Democrats are blaming the Republicans, saying the country shut down, but it's not shut down because of one or the other. It's shut down because of both of them, because they won't agree about this healthcare thing. And I just don't think that a healthcare situation should start a nationwide food crisis.
Right. Right. And it's funny how domestically they're always, they're always beefing. But when it comes to international stuff, everyone agrees. There isn't a personal beef anywhere. And I find that very strange, but I don't really do politics anyways.
Right. And that's how I feel. You know what I'm saying? I can't get with the politics because at the end of the day, this was what I was kind of conversing with OTK about. At the end of the day, these two wings on this bird gonna come together. So they're gonna follow the agenda of the New World Order. The New World Order is implementing this digital system. It's deeper than keeping track of the money. It's deeper than keeping track of the people. Once we're connected with this digital system, they got control of your soul, your consciousness, like they do using AI to be able to have a likeness for your dead loved one. Well, now when you die, you hooked up to a computer, your soul can't travel its natural path. They got your consciousness. You are already on a computer. That's what this shit is all about. That's why I don't deal with politics, because I'm spiritual enough to know that this shit is to contain your soul. They trying to put your little light bulb in a fucking mason jar, man. That's what this is all about. It ain't about the money. It ain't about keeping an eye on everybody, but it is on a small scale, because they gonna do that shit until they trap you in this metaverse. That way they can escape this world. That's why they turning the natural world. They kicking shit over as they leave out. They trying to find an exit. Ain't no moon for their ass to live on. Ain't no space for them to go to. This shit is all a distraction until they can make their own computer house likenesses. They trying to put you in a computer, all these natural beings and natural shit, man. You ain't gonna even be able to dream the same. they got their characters and shit in the system, which they made from those sigils. So, you're gonna be in a dream with like Bart Simpson and shit. Like this gonna be like real, real all the
Yeah,
shit on the TV and shit. Like this, that's gonna be the world. The TV shit is gonna be the real world. It's real world shit here, but they pulling us in the TV. All the shit they've been showing us, all those characters, that's gonna be the real world.
yeah. And I think especially when we're speaking about spirituality, you can't be religious at the same time. It's like no. You can't serve two masters here. And I think that as time goes on, more people are being more spiritual. Going within. You feel me? And I think that's a major reason why. That's one of the major pieces on why we have a lot of problems today because you know and I've asked this question on one of my videos. I was just like, so the Bible, God, that's the only book God written in all of these years. There isn't any more religious, there's no other book that God has written but the Bible. So we're that special with compared to all the rest of the civilizations of the past. So you know, um, like I said, I'm very patient, Key. I'm very optimistic. I know that we will make the right decision, just as we made the right decision when Trayvon Martin passed away. And then after Trayvon Martin, there was another brother that got shot. There was like two, three more, and we didn't overreact or act savagery. So I'm very optimistic, in our movements, and we'll see what happens on that.
Oh yeah, I want to say because we got to learn how to pick our battles wisely. So even if you know we got to get out of this animalistic behavior to where we just gonna react and cause harm to more people than the one person, or we gonna end up causing harm to people because hey, it's a food shortage. If they saying they gonna turn it back on next month, right now let's try to get through it. Everybody help each other out if you can. Don't go out here because they got the military in these cities and they just finna round up a whole bunch of black people. I'm gonna say this shit right now.
Hmm. Yeah,
They got all these cameras everywhere. You know,
yeah, because you
you
know
know,
why too, Key. You know why too? Because they can't deport you. Because this is your land. Where they gonna send you to? No, this is your land. So you know, as they did with Charlie Kirk and activated all Caucasians to act crazy. So they killed him to activate them. So for us, it seems like you're gonna kill the food to activate us to act crazy. I don't think we will, but we'll see, man. You know what I mean? I'm interested to see the play down the line.
yeah, and then once they can start incarcerate mass numbers of people, now you are state property. So once you state property, you gotta go with what the state got for you. So once you state property, oh yeah, you locked up. So yeah, you finna get this chip in you.
You will get this chip, whether you
Or
like it
you
or
ain't
not.
make it out of here. Because you can't be a citizen until you get this to get out. You gonna stay here or you gonna play here. Which one you gonna do?
What you gonna
So
do?
they got a lot of strategies, and these are chess moves. You know what I mean? But yeah, this was a dope stream. I didn't realize it's been 4 hours. Um, if we got some other people in the chat, or if you hear this stream afterwards, you can always shoot me an email if you would like to, jump on the same topics at another time, or if you got any ideas in mind. If you like today's stream, please support the show. if you like today's stream. If you like the content, we got a lot more content coming this week. Hey man, I appreciate everybody who liked the video, shared the video, you sent in a donation. All of it's very much appreciated. I appreciate y'all just for being here, the chat room, to keeping the chat going. Even all the brothers on the panel, man. Salutes to all y'all. Much love and respect.
Yeah, thank you, Key, for having me on again, man. Like it's always an honor. It's a pleasure. I mean, the conversations it never gets boring at all. Do you know what I mean? So you're doing a very divine thing here. You're very good at motivating. Your words have power, which kind of makes you a threat to society in a way. So it's an honor to be with another revolutionary, a soldier that actually gets it. You know, so much love to you and all your loved ones, Key. Appreciate it.
Much love, family. And likewise, man. Salutes to everybody. We may come back a little bit later. Shout out to my brother Marty. Shout out to DJ Jaguar. Shout out to my sister Katrina. Shout out to uh, Randy St. Ives. Salutes to you, brother. Salutes to JJ, my brother JJ. Salute. R1 World, Director Bay. Salute. My brother Bucky Wingo. Salute, salute. My brother Charlie. Salute. Hey, salutes to everybody, man. We may come back for a open panel bill. We'll see how it goes. I'll keep you guys posted. But until then, I got a stream set up for tomorrow. Yeah, we gonna get to it. I may change the times. I'm not quite sure. I'll keep y'all posted. What are the values of men and women in relationships today? Um, you know, I've been getting requests to do a build about relationships, which I kind of been hesitant about doing, but we can kind of change some of the topics up. Um, you know, I think it'd be a great thing, for us to be able to change some of these topics up. And also, make sure y'all last Saturday I had some family come in, but this coming up Saturday, I am going to tap in, man, and do that stream for everybody. It's gonna be a great one. Make sure you don't miss it. That's Soulful Saturdays, the Synagogue of Satan, uh, and a New World Order out of chaos, man. So make sure y'all looking for those streams. And man, hey man, salutes to everybody. I appreciate y'all. Much love and respect. Till next time, peace and power. Salute.